It wouldn't be a stream. It wouldn't be a stream if I got the audio right. Good evening, everybody. Thank you all so much for being here on a Saturday. Kind of a weird day. But I was gone for most of the week in Savannah with my wife and her family. So yeah, now I'm back, and we're going to have a presentation to go over it. And then I want to implement some ideas. And by ideas, I mean basically their entire grid into Lost Mulligans. It would not be one of these. It would not be one of my streams if I got the audio right. And we've had a couple where things were good, so we had to screw it up this time. But that's the only screw up. I've only changed most of the stream settings, so it'll be fine. It'll be totally fine. Elite 8 or me with a PowerPoint. That's it. Yeah, I like where your head's at. I like where your head's at. Icy, you're sleeping. Hold on. Before you go to sleep. We got a new song, Icy Cold. So this is the new Master Plan music album. I'm going to be submitting it this week. We'll get it up there soon. Not in the office. No, not at night. I even though I could, it doesn't feel right to drink a beer in the office. And yeah, I figure just not going to do that. Oh yeah, new hoodie. I will release this soon. I'm still checking it. Gary, I got a new one for you on here as well. But before we get started, I'm going to go through a PowerPoint. I just want to talk about Savannah a little bit. Very inspiring place if you're a planner. So many good things about it. Just super cool. You love the hoodie? This is the sample. I got back to the office and it was sitting out there. Love it. It does come in white. I have a white version too. Maybe I'll go grab it and I'll show it a little bit later on. Not for sale just yet. There's one more thing I want to check. This isn't my favorite fabric in the world. It's a good fabric, but I want to have two options. This is kind of a thinner, stretchier fabric, breathable, and I want to see if I can get one that's also thicker. You want it soon, very, very soon. Do I have a teleprompter for chat? Indeed I do. I'm currently staring at the teleprompter. So that's how I can look like I'm looking at you. You're from Atlanta? You love Savannah? Great city. Both of them. Atlanta's awesome as well. Went there. I haven't been there in a while, but went there with my wife probably 10 years ago. Loved it. Went when you guys had a snowstorm. I was the only person who knew how to drive, which was pretty fun. There are not other colors so far other than black and white. There might be more down the line. We will see. Before we get started though, just so you guys know, I'm just going to kind of blaze through the presentation, and I'm just going to show you some pictures, give you some thoughts, give some background about Savannah. I have a keynote put together. And then I want to just implement some of those ideas in. So during the presentation, I'm not really going to go through chat all that much, except, well, okay, I'm going to go through responses. So you guys right here, I will go through that. I'm not going to go through activity. So I'm going to go through all of the activity real quick, and then I probably won't go through any until after chat. Yeah, shout out to Forsyth Park. Went there with my kids. Got a picture of it in here. Amazing park. All of the historic Savannah is amazing. So yeah. Will there be an open note test? Maybe. By the way, Steel Airship. Keep an eye on the song names. Keep an eye on them. So T-Pat TV, thank you so much for the Prime. Pyro Freak Penguin PhD, thank you so much for 1 year of tier 1. A whole year. Thank you for the brilliant work in storytelling. Thank you so much. Blind City Builder, thank you so much for 10 months of tier 1. Good evening. Finally happy to have a Metro Transit Monona. I may have been a part of that. It's good. It's very good. It should have never. It's so depressing that we're just driving by. So good to hear. I'm happy about that as well. Rick, Boo. Boo. I'm not sure what Boo's about, but thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Captain Kirk, thank you for the 2 months of tier 1. Best Elite 8 matchup of all time, or CS2 and Phil, or PowerPoint and Phil. That's the real question. Artemis, thank you so much for 8 months of tier 1. Sparky, thank you so much for 16 months of tier 1. I don't even know that's possible. OG subscriber, Christmas of 2023, you think? That is wild. Yeah, 16 months seems unreal. Charm, thank you so much for 11 months of Prime. Happy to be here. Even though it's Saturday, you'll have to leave at some point to party. You may be 35, but you aren't dead yet. Dude, absolutely. I want you to share one drink with me, though, and then you can go. Cold Fist, thank you so much for Cold Fist, and thank you so much for the Prime. Drew Plays, thank you so much for the Prime. Faust, thank you so much for the 6 months of Tier 1. Hello, Phil. Greetings from Texarkana. Greetings. And that's where my mom's side of the family is from. That's awesome. Lewis, thank you so much for the 3 months of Prime. Warlord, thank you so much for the Prime. Gary, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, dude. Thank you so much for the support, the long time support. And also, we're not just grooving with Gary. We're not just grooving with Gary anymore. We are also, 1 second. We have the adventures of Funky Gary. Panda Sauce, thank you so much for 14 months of Tier 1. Stand up and show off the hoodie. What's the plan after the PowerPoint? We're going to play some Skylines 2 for a bit. Though I will tell you, you guys have to, I have to be good. I have to be good. Here's the hoodie. And it wraps all the way around. Which I'm really, really excited about. This is, I think that this is the coolest merch design, I think. Okay, I gotta be good though. My wife's birthday is tomorrow, so I can't be completely wrecked. So when will you be available? Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. I just need to flip the switch. I just need to flip the switch. That's all. I didn't want to flip the switch until I saw it and wore it myself. I also think that the images need to look better. So yeah. So drunk stream at until 4 a.m. My wife is a runner, so she'll be out running. I don't think she'll be impressed if that's what I'm up to. She told me not to stay up late, which I feel like I should honor that. What am I drinking tonight? During the PowerPoint, I'm going to be drinking this wonderful beverage called a Coke Zero. After that, I'm going to switch to this. It is an Oberon Eclipse Citrus Sweet. It's what I had last stream, but I really enjoyed it, and it's what I have right now. It's this or a Blue Moon. I don't really have a lot at my disposal right now. I haven't been to the store either. Happy birthday, my wife. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, she's, yeah, I think she's going to, you'll see a little bit of her in this as well. Although I've covered up her face. Do I have blue 5X size shirts? I think so. Maybe. Not blue. Well, it's black and white. No colors yet. But we'll see. This one is a complicated merch design because it's wraparound. So it's a little bit more complicated. Okay, guys. Almost a week late, but happy Oberon Day. Yes. We are going to go through the PowerPoint quickly. And I just want to gotta tell you, I never thought about going to Savannah myself, although I had a boss when I worked at the Metropolitan Planning Organization who took a break and went to Savannah, Georgia, and spoke about how if you're a planner, it's just an inspiring place to visit. Just the kind of place that you want to see because the planning is so inspiring. The amount of green space that's available there is second to none, and it's a very historic place. Didn't really think anything of it, and then my in-laws said, "Hey, we're going on a family trip. Anyone can join us that wants to join us. We'll get a house. Just come down and check it out." And that's what we decided to do. So we went down with them. So the last week I've been there, and Savannah, if you don't know, is a city in Georgia. It was founded in 1733, so it's a very historic city for U.S. standards. Largest city in the metro area is 147,000, although it feels larger. So that's Savannah proper. The metro itself is about 430,000. It's actually smaller than Madison, but in many ways, to me, it felt like it was a bigger city. And it's a fast-growing metro. It's very, very fast-growing metro. But here's the thing. As a planner, something that I love about Savannah, this is the Savannah logo. And if you're not a planner, you're not really thinking about it. That little green square with rectangles and squares inside of it might not seem all that important. But that right there is a city that's honoring its planning. That right there is the plan for historic Savannah, and it is the logo of the city, and that should explain to you everything you need to know about why I enjoyed it. So that plan was put together by a gentleman by the name of John Oglethorpe, whose name is all over Savannah. Basically, this guy founded Georgia. He was the first governor of the state. He was a British guy. And he also created the plan for the city. And it's kind of a fascinating plan. Yeah, so this is PowerPoint. This is PowerPoint. So he created this plan for the city, and it's honestly kind of a fascinating plan if you think about it. Because it's a plan where everyone has equal access to green space and city services. And it's easy to expand it. It's easy to grow it. It's easy to get around as a pedestrian. It's easy to get around as a motorist in a modern sense. But here's what's really interesting about this plan. So in this plan, so here's the general layout. In the center, you have a square. Surrounding the square are trust lots. The trust lots are city services. And then there are the tithing lots. The tithing lots are actually lots that people in the city would live in. So it's all residential lots or mixed use lots. Now, these are only part of the parcels that people would have. They would also have a 5-acre site on the outskirts of town where they could grow food for themselves. And then further out from that, they'd have another 45 acres. So anyone who would have land in Savannah would get the 45 acres plus the 5 acres on the outskirts plus a lot in town, which is really fascinating. So this was the general plan. No one could sell land. No one could inherit land. He was against slavery. He was also against drinking, so he's got one knock against him. But for all the other stuff, very solid planning to ensure that as many people as possible could have property and prosper in the community. And this plan holds, yeah, nobody's perfect, exactly. This plan was implemented. And you can see it right here. You can see that we have the tithing lots. We've got that square. We've got on the sides, we've got the city service areas. Things that change over time. The land uses have changed. But in general, the plan is still there. Now, you're a surveyor and you find this very interesting. You're going to really love the next slide then. So this is what the original plan from 1733 looked like. And you can see that these little squares are everywhere. And the plan could just continue to expand over time. Around it, you also see that there are some of those smaller 5-acre parcels. And outside of that boundary, there would be the 45-acre parcels. I failed to mention this, but no one could have more than 50 acres. Now, got it ready? You have this print in your office? It's such a cool print. Well, this was implemented. And this is what it turned into. And it still exists today. And you can see just how green and lush the area that is still part of this original plan is. So being able to see this in reality and seeing what this has turned into in modern days, what you get is a whole bunch of green space all throughout the city. These little squares, what you're seeing here is one of the squares in town. This is right in the middle of a dense urban environment. And there's what appears to be, mature trees, places to sit, places to just take in nature, places where it feels quiet and serene, where I saw people doing homework, reading books, just lots of leisure activities that you could just take part in right in the middle of the city underneath a shade tree. It also opens up pedestrian ways. It opens up sight lines. You have these really majestic historic trees that have thrived because they were given the space to do it. And like I mentioned, the sight lines, you can see right here, this is City Hall. And I'm able to see this from a few blocks away because these parks open up sight lines directly through the city. It's absolutely amazing. Well, yeah, it's okay. Okay, dense urban. Okay, that's a good point. This is a city of 400,000. And it is a historic district. So that is a good context. And I will show the density that you get there. It's also a good place to play Pokemon Go if you're a child and watch your dad scratch all of his sandfly bites. Something I'd never heard of before, but I certainly learned a lot about while I was in while I was in Georgia. Now, the other things, the sightlines are outstanding. The other thing that it opens up, on the top and the bottom of these grids are places for motor vehicles, which are kind of a necessary evil. But here's the thing. These boulevards are some of the most lush boulevards that I've ever seen. So there are these beautiful oaks that go right over the top of the roads with a whole bunch of flowers right in between. We were there during the bloom, which is absolutely amazing. And just, it creates this canopy that is unlike anything else that I've seen. Well, at least where I live. It's really, really outstanding. Now, these are oaks with Spanish moss growing on them. Yeah, the bugs are, it was rough. But anyway, the legacy of this plan is a beautiful walkable downtown. So this was from the top of a parking ramp, and you can get a sense for the skyline. Dense, correct, is not maybe not the word. So if you're thinking dense being a bunch of skyscrapers, you're not going to find that in Savannah for good reason. The entire area for this original, oh, it's an ad. I'm going to stop. I will stop. Live oak, yes, it's a live oak. Ads done. You've seen images of the downtown at night, yes. I don't have any nighttime pictures in here, unfortunately. Can I backtrack 20 seconds? Basically, the legacy of this plan is a beautiful walkable downtown. It's not super dense. It is still a city of 400,000 in the entire metro. So as a result, you're not going to see a ton of super tall buildings, but it feels very good at the pedestrian scale, even in places where maybe it's not amazing. You have streets like this one right here. And I unfortunately didn't grab a picture of this one, so I grabbed this one from Google Earth. I actually ate at this restaurant, Toast All Day. And it feels very intimate. It feels outstanding. And this is the original grid being retrofitted for contemporary uses. And what you end up with is a thoroughfare that is relatively slow for vehicles, feels very good as a pedestrian, has a bunch of uses that are pulled right up to the sidewalk, street cafes, art right on display. There's a university right in the downtown area, a really vibrant commercial corridor, all made possible by this plan that at this point is hundreds of years old. Moving over in front of the city hall, this is another picture that I had to grab from Google. But I wanted to point this one out in particular because one thing you might not realize about this street right here is it's a freight corridor. And even though it's a freight corridor, this is a pedestrian area, and it still feels good because of the layout of the plan and the way that they were able to bring the uses right up to the street and slow everything down by having everything be relatively narrow. So even in areas like this, where it's just a necessity that you have to get freight vehicles through this particular area because of the port, it still feels really, really good. But it also created opportunities for things such as public green spaces. This is Forsyth Park. Absolutely breathtaking park. This is the end of the historic district. No matter where you go, you'd see all of these trees with flowers and the Spanish moss all over the place. Regardless of whether you're by the cemetery or any one of the squares, just a ton of flowers, a ton of life, a ton of foliage, just the most densely landscaped place that I think I've been in the US. And that's only touching on part of it. There's also the port and the riverfront. So down here, there is a bridge that goes across the Savannah River, and behind that is a gigantic container port, inland container port, kind of the lifeblood of this area. And along the river is this quay wall where you could take a ferry if you'd like to. And it makes the whole place feel much more vibrant, I think, than many cities of this size. It makes it feel much bigger. I did make it out to Tybee Island. I did, which I don't have any pictures, I don't think, in here of it, but it was also very, very, very cool. But what's special about this area is that you're actually about a full story beneath the rest of the city. You have all of these historic buildings. The one thing that I think is a bit of a shame, though, is you'll notice that there is a trolley line right here, a tram line, and it's not active. It's the track is still there. There are still stations there. I stood in the station, not active. So you have motor vehicles driving up and down here, parking lots. It's a place where I would hope that in the future the city's maybe able to reactivate that line. But it is still breathtaking, an excellent pedestrian environment. And I mentioned it's a different story, different level. Here's what it looks like as you're kind of going down to it. There are these walls and historic steps to get down to the river area, and pedestrian bridges kind of linking everything together. Just really an outstanding pedestrian environment, and amazing to see this type of history saved in the U.S. So yeah, the stairs of death. We're about to get that. So they have these steps that say historic steps, use at your own risk. They're very, very, very steep. Definitely not built to modern standards. That is my wife. That is the most I've been allowed to share. But she definitely felt that. I felt it too. So did my kids. That said, take it slow. Take it slow. But amazing that this sort of history was preserved. And I think seeing things like this, the impression it left me with is sometimes as planners, we can be too rigid and think about the right way of doing things and let that paralyze us. And when you look at a city this age, when you see something like this, it makes you think, you know what? This is not the right way of doing it, but it still works. And there are things that maybe we need to be a little bit less rigid about. Now, I mentioned that this is a historic district. Everything within this original platted area is part of a historic district, and it's one of the largest historic districts in the United States, one of the largest urbanized historic districts. So absolutely amazing. I would highly recommend anyone who has an interest in either historic preservation, urban planning, urban design, check this city out. But, oh crap, I know why there's the cap on Twitch. Hold on. I don't know that I can fix it. Let's see, I made the mistake again. I did. I'm sorry. I didn't hit the enhanced broadcast button, and I can't do it during the stream. Please remind me at the end of the stream to select that. I apologize. I apologize. That's my fault, Twitch. I'm failing you guys again, but only here. Would I live in Savannah? Man, I'm a sandfly magnet. I will tell you, I got destroyed by the sandflies. I felt like no one else that I was with got bit by them as much as I did. So yeah. This is why Europe is still standing and most of North American homes are lucky to make it fit to 50 years old. I mean, our homes make it to 50, 70. Beyond that, that's the question. Sandfly, it's like a little gnat, and I didn't realize that they bite until I was bit everywhere. It was it's the worst I've been bit up. My whole arm is just covered with bites. But it's not even that. It's not all good. So I said that, there are all these great things about Savannah, but there are some bad things too. So what I noticed when I ventured out of that core historic district was really uneven pedestrian infrastructure, which is something that I really hope that the city is working on. Here, I just grabbed a random street from Street View in Savannah, and you can see that the sidewalks just randomly end here. They don't go anywhere, they just stop. And when you look at streets, it's like that all over the place there, and that's in Savannah proper. But the suburbs are even worse, and this is what I personally found to be jarring. So I was staying at a place in Thunderbolt, it's right next to Savannah proper, and everything changes. So you end up with what I would look at is really substandard urban infrastructure. This is the same street grid in some cases as Savannah. And what you're seeing on this street is a lack of pedestrian infrastructure, a lack of curb and gutter. If they were to get hit by a hurricane, I don't know where the water goes. I assume it just wipes out these places. And this to me is unacceptable for an urban area. And yeah, I assume that this was a historically black neighborhood. And as a result, the infrastructure's been underinvested in. And that to me is unacceptable. Looking at this is another street. So this is Shell Road. It's a street I had to travel on every single day. And that building, that greenish building, is pulled right up to the corner of this street. So I couldn't see around it. You had to make a left-hand turn blind. So locals would drive through this parking lot to make the left-hand turn. But that kind of, that's madness. That's prioritizing the suicide lane over a safe left-hand turn. Reasonably, they should probably remove the suicide lane, shift the road towards the suicide lane, and then you could see all the way around that building, or acquire the building because it was vacant. But it was not. There was nothing being done. It was just accepted as it was. And as a result of the incredibly dangerous turn that I saw many people making, absolutely crazy. And that's the kind of thing that I saw all over the place once you got outside of Savannah. So I think it's good to ground yourself. While there are a lot of great things, there are also a lot of not so great things. And it seemed like the further out that I get, there's this development pattern generally with some of the newer developments that it's exurban, but it's happening right at the urban area, which I just don't understand. If only I were the city's planner. Yeah. I would, I don't think they would like what I would have to say. Then I want to share just a couple of other random things, because I wasn't just all looking at Savannah. I also went to the crab shack and saw a smiling alligator. They had 78 crabs. This is where I got most of my bites, actually. Checking out the alligators, waiting to get in here. We had a gigantic group, so we had to wait outside a while, and the gnats just lit me up. It was brutal. We also went to Bonaventure Cemetery, which is another place I never really would have thought to go, but my wife suggested that we go there, and it was amazing. Probably the most beautiful cemetery that I've ever seen. The landscaping there is just outstanding. Crazy statues. Again, another National Historic Monument. Just the biggest trees you've ever seen. The most flowers that I've ever seen in a cemetery. Just outstanding. Yeah, I would never think to go hang out in a cemetery, but this is a place that I would highly recommend if you end up checking out Savannah. And then someone mentioned this. The Garden of Good and Evil. Yeah, Bonaventure is amazing. There have been movies shot there. It's said to be very haunted. So yeah, it's outstanding. Very beautiful. Then there's one thing. Someone mentioned this. Is it Yakra? Yeah, it's a public housing complex just to the west of downtown Savannah. And I wanted to point this out because this reminded me a lot of the King Leno asset that was included with the southeast or southwestern asset pack, Yamakra. Yeah, so this whole area is a public housing complex, and it looks identical to it. I wanna build this. That's one thing I wanna build today. Is this area? I've read a lot of mixed things about this. That people were upset that the city's been trying to get rid of it, to demolish it and sell it off to developers, promising to preserve green space. We'll see. Definitely, I don't know how you replace all of that public housing. If you do that, you shouldn't concentrate it, but I don't know how you replace it. It's a tough one. But anyway, that's Savannah. I think Savannah is an absolutely breathtaking city. The city proper is one of cities of that size, probably one of my favorite that I've ever visited. Yamakara used to be kind of a dangerous spot. I'm not surprised. Concentrating poverty is never a good thing like that. But yeah, absolutely wonderful city. I would highly recommend visiting it. As a planner, the amount of green space, I found it to be inspiring. I think in a modern sense, we spend too much time maximizing efficiency and worrying about throughput and ensuring that everything is 100% perfect. There were things like, old historic trees that were not in any sort of right of way, that just had sidewalks being built around them. They were being shaved off for the road, and it just worked. And so often, I remember being in conversations where we can't plant a tree in an urban area, like the downtown area, unless we have a silvocell. It's basically this box that you put in the ground. They are $35,000 each. So to plant a row of trees on a street, each block could be, $150,000 plus the tree itself, plus the installation of it. And we'll let things like that just paralyze us. Well, we can't plant the tree then. We don't have a silvocell. But here we are in a historic city with much larger trees, and it just works. So it's one of those things that I personally found very inspiring. So does the box contain the roots? Yeah, that's the whole point. Yeah, the box contains the roots, won't raise the sidewalks up, contains enough water for it. But it's kind of paralyzing, I think, to in some senses. Someone who lived in the Savannah area for 20 years, are excited for this? Well, I'm excited. I'm excited to build this today. I'm excited to take some inspiration from it. I'm not sure just how precise we are going to get with this, but I do want to take inspiration from Savannah and work it into here. And we've been calling 1,000 mulligans here anyway, so why not continue? And I'm thinking one of two things. We could do one of two things. We can either just kind of jump off from the existing grid and start to build the Savannah grid, or we can come right here along the river, take a bit of inspiration from Savannah, and yet build the grid towards this, and then modify the highway around the grid once we end it. Not 100% sure exactly how I want to do it. Savannah, so it has to be built along the river. I should restart without the cap. I'm gonna poll about that first. I can restart. I have to restart everything. Should I restart the stream? Yes, no. To fix 720. Twitch, I'm gonna give you guys a minute. River is winning. Everyone's saying River, but a little further away. And Twitch really wants to restart the stream, so we're probably gonna do that. So if I restart the stream, YouTube, it'll dump out for you guys for 30 seconds. Please don't leave. I'm gonna actually, before I do this, I'm gonna post YouTube specifically. We will hang for 1 second while I restart the stream. Don't leave on YouTube. It won't impact you if you stay. And I'll pin that message on YouTube. Okay, guys, give me 1 second. I see already it's gonna win. I should be able to fix it momentarily. Okay, 1 second. Don't leave. BJ Rue, don't move. I'm gonna disappear and then come right back. And actually, I don't know if YouTube's going to disappear. You guys might just be just fine. Oh my goodness. YouTube. You guys stayed the entire time. I think it worked. YouTube, are you still there? Lenny, you're still here. YouTube, are you here? Just want to make sure. When did you leave? I don't think that I left. I actually don't think that I left for YouTube. I think I was just there the entire time. Turbo DJ, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs, dude. Super cool of you. Bunkerfist, thank you so much for the gifted subs. R. Ludvigs, thank you so much for the Prime for 2 months. Mr. Wildrum, thank you so much for 9 months of Prime. Beto, thank you so much for the Prime. The Chair, thank you for the Prime. B. Nicole, thank you so much for the Prime. Always love my city videos and the streams. Love watching you grow and improve. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Sorry for kicking you guys off. Much better. Good. You stayed on the entire time. Yeah. So I'm using the multiple RTMP plugin here at home, and apparently that one is better than ATEM for this one particular thing. So I might need to stick with it. That was pretty cool. Yeah, I never left YouTube. I saw it once I realized that I could kick Twitch out and not drop YouTube. I might need to switch back to multiple RTMP at my office, because this is a much. It's nice to be able to kick off Twitch and not lose YouTube. So yeah, it's fixed. It should be fixed. It should be fixed. Sparkles, thank you so much for the 3 months of Prime. Love my stream vids. Learned a lot. Thank you. Paul, thank you for the super chat. Southeast Metropolitan building height was restricted, being no taller than the tallest church steeple. That is fascinating. That really explains a lot. Sparky, thank you for the biddies. Picana, thank you so much for the 5 months of Prime. If you guys don't know who Picana is, go check out Picana's YouTube channel after the stream. Amazing creator. Not to beat a dead course, but if you like Savannah, I've got to visit Charleston. Paul, it's on my list. I was supposed to be there years ago. Thank you for the super chat again. Lenny, thank you for the biddies. God of Radio. Streams like tonight's are why you love being here so much. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for being here. Thank you for 16 months. Bien, thank you for 11 months. Paul, thank you for becoming an associate planner as well. Kifa, thank you so much for the Prime. Flying Ginger, thank you so much for the Prime. Panda Sauce, thank you so much for 14 months. Anyway, okay. Picana, I said it because I firmly believe it. You are outstanding. And if people are sleeping on your channel, they're screwing up. It's next level. Some of the builds, I will tell you guys, there are creators like Picana that put together builds that I just cannot. I just don't have the ability. I'm not that talented at this game. I've never been, and I've said that repeatedly, but you guys keep watching. I don't get it. How is the dollar per hour shown? Show text trends mod. It's amazing. Check it out. Picana is one of those creators though that is very good, and very talented, unlike myself. So I would highly recommend that you check Picana out. Is my mod list updated? Magnolia County is. Segunda Beach will be probably on Monday. I'm gonna do my best to stay away from my computer tomorrow and just hang out with my wife. But Magnolia County's up to date and in a good place, so I'd check that one out. Picana's F1 track, dude, such a creative build. Like using image overlay. So okay, I don't want to spoil the whole video, so I won't. But I will say, using image overlay the way that you did to combine multiple tracks the way that you did, dude. I will admit to not knowing a thing about F1, and I'm not a racing guy necessarily, but mad respect, super cool. The go-kart one. I think I missed the go-kart one. What was the go-kart one? F1 is the bee's knees. It's one of those things that I know so many people love, and it's just never, I don't know why it's never resonated with me. It's honestly, you know what it probably is? I grew up in an area where racing meant something totally different. Like, it was like I had family members who would, like, you know, go race and do demolition derby at the county fair and stuff like that, but just not the same thing. Not the same thing at all. You're gonna do it 4 years ago by watching Drive to Survive. Maybe I just need to. I know how much of the driving technology is experimented with there as well. Maybe I'll have to check it out. Fun build. You love a bit of F1 Sense Forever. Got the misses into it as well. Jay Nubster, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Hey Torley, thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you for the Dr. 42. Dude, thank you for the Struggle is Real mug. We're gonna be struggling with Real, I'm guessing. Thank you, and for anyone who got that, that is wildly generous of you. Enjoy the mug. That was designed by a fan of the channel, Julian. So super cool mug. Super cool mug. Lane, thank you so much for the 12 months of tier 1. Excited to see this build. Hope I enjoyed Savannah. Savannah was awesome. Cathal, thank you so much. Actually, that reminds me. I should change the category on Twitch. 1 minute ad. I don't know how restarting the stream impacted Twitch, but if it did, I apologize. I won't do it again. I promise. Not this time. Beautiful state and historical city, Savannah. Yes. Yes. I don't know how you guys deal with those flies though. I thought mosquitoes were bad. That was like the one thing. Like I've never experienced anything like the sand flies, the sand gnats, whatever you want to call them. Next level. Jeremy, Midwestern guy. Got to be about IndyCar. I just never got into racing. Jay Nubster, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Super cool of you. Thank you. Super generous. You guys are insane. Thank you so much. Yeah, the sand gnats. Sand gnats are nuts. Absolutely nuts. Benny, enjoy the mug. Enjoy the mug. Deep woods off. Joe, in this, like, so here's the thing. My brother-in-law brought some off. It didn't seem to work. When I went to the Crab Shack, I used off, and it just, I don't know if I didn't put enough on. Like I saw he was like, so I just like dusted myself with it, and it seemed like he doused himself with it. Like after he was done with the off, he was like straight up glistening. Maybe that was my mistake. I didn't go hard enough. Thank you for the mug. Dr. 42. Thank you for giving away the mugs. Get 99% DEET and apply it to clothing. Next time. There's definitely, I think the thing about Savannah, so I'm disappointed that I didn't get to do a few more of the things downtown. So we got there a little bit later than everyone else, just slightly. But it was enough that they were on the trolley tour when we were getting into the airport. So to hang out with people, we couldn't go on the trolley tour. So we ended up not going on that. We walked around it. We saw the trolleys. We saw, all of the different buggies and whatnot. Never got to actually take the trolley tour. So I personally, and I told this to my wife, that was the thing. That was like the thing that I wanted to do. It was the thing that on stream, everyone told me to check out. So I'm super bummed that I didn't get to look at that, or didn't get to go on that. So if there's any reason that I want to go back, it is that. It seemed, learning the history, I felt like I missed out on that. We went to the Children's Art Museum and some of the associated things with that, but missed out on really diving in. Trolleys aren't too fun. So that was one of the things, we had our kids with, and I heard from some of my in-laws that it wasn't great for the kids. They didn't love it. And then one of the older kids said they didn't love it. So my wife was kind of like, well, maybe it won't work for a 10 and an 8-year-old. Native Savannans use Avon skin so soft for the sandflies. Next time I'll have to. Did I see the Forrest Gump bench? No, I can't believe I missed that, actually. I did not. Pooler just exploded the last time you've been there, completely built up. The growth that the community is seeing is wild. It's impressive. I get it though. Like, it's very charming. Good food too. Just like the very friendly people. The weather was very good. If I could figure out the whole sandfly thing. It just the architecture there, next level. Just absolutely beautiful. Planter duck, dude. Thank you for the long-term support, buddy. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs over on YouTube. Next level. By the way, duck. I should get the next Segunda Beach save in the drive. I finished the recording. This one took me a long time. And I went through and I named everything. And I named a couple of things that might seem familiar to you. Thinking of you while I did that, Duck. So hopefully you enjoy. So here's my game plan. I'm drawing basically the Savannah grid right now. And then I want to improve it. I don't want to just take what they have. I want to see if there are any ways that we can make it better. So here's the pattern. We've got 80 here, 80 here, 232 right here, 224 right here, and then we've got to figure out the middle still. Which is gonna be 55 in. And it's funny how small this looks compared to what we have over here. The last one that we need, well, there's two. There's the mid block. So from this road, we've got another block that's 36. And then there's the mid, which is 110. So let's see. I don't know if we can actually do this one and make it make sense. So we can. Hold on. Okay. I think if we go with a road like this one, that kind of, so this is a 3-unit wide road. That would kind of do the trick. I don't want to do that one. Something like that. And then so I think that is more or less Savannah. Let me just double check. I just want to see if we're okay. 56, 56, 112, 112. Yeah, that's it. So this right here would be the park. We've got our northwestern, northeastern. These are these are where the city services would be, which is way too small. These are where people would live or where we'd have mixed use corridors. These right here, the top and the bottom, to be our commercial corridor. This right here, sorry, this would be the commercial corridor. This would actually be a boulevard, and then we would repeat this on the next block. Planter Doc, dude. Thank you for the 2 gifted Nicolay Bay mugs. Whoever gets that, enjoy. And yeah, that's the join. Brews, thank you so much for the super chat over on YouTube. Appreciate you. Yeah, need some one-ways. So that was the thing. I didn't figure out the one-way pattern while I was there. I was the primary driver, and I was confused most of the time. I found it to be a very easy city to navigate on foot. Very confusing to drive in. So you guys will have to help me. You guys will have to help me with the one-way pattern. What exactly was going on there? Is it every other? So this would be one direction, this would be the other. Been there 20 years, still don't know him. And at night drive the wrong way on him. I'm not surprised. It is a wild pattern. I don't know that I would have figured out anytime soon. The other thing that was fascinating is seeing these legit exist here. You pull through and you queue one car here to turn going down the street. And then we can add trees right down the center. Whole bunch of flowers. Love this so much. Because of my endorsement of YouTube Premium did a year on there, you don't really know. You don't know how much you love it. You didn't know how much you love it. You said creators actually get paid more from ads, so it's a win-win. Thanks. Seriously, if you're on YouTube and you're thinking about supporting a creator, the best way to do it is to get YouTube Premium. Just get YouTube Premium and watch the creator using it. It is a win-win. The creator makes like twice as much from your view, and you'll enjoy YouTube a lot more. Seriously, so much better. Yeah, YouTube Premium Lite, I believe, gets rid of the music side of it, which is totally fine. I don't use it. Plus, you get to access YouTube Music with regular Premium. Yes. Like Logan Square. Yeah, this little area would be like Logan Square. Now, we talked about improving things. The one thing I think that we could do to improve this, so we have angled parking here, which I don't think is actually that far off from what would be here in the real world. So there's the square, and you can see it's a wider street with parking. It's a one-way here down to what appears to be a parking ramp. So we could go with the one-ways. Maybe this is part of the one. Look at that. So don't enter here. It's one-way in different directions. What is going on with the streets there? I don't understand the pattern. So, okay, I take that back. You can circulate around these parks in a one-way fashion. And I wonder if this goes the opposite way. So you can circulate around these little blocks. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It's super confusing. I could not figure out the pattern, and I was trying. The squares are treated as a roundabout. Okay. So let's investigate this pattern. So let's say, and this is really nice actually, having this square as a roundabout means that as a pedestrian, you only have to worry about crossing vehicles once, and there's more parking. So that would mean that we're doing this. And that's easy to navigate. I don't know why these would be one ways. That's the part that I don't understand. So it would basically be doing, well, I guess I don't really have a road that would work well for this anyway. I'm not going to worry about it. You know what? Savannah just shouldn't have one ways on these little streets right here. They just shouldn't be. So we could use Road Builder. They haven't brought that into this build. I don't think we need them. I don't think they make any sense. Cheeky, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you for the support. The long-term support too. Appreciate you. Logan Square is a new square compared to the older squares that were more. Gotcha. That's the Forrest Gump Square. We were sitting waiting at the bus stop, very close to there, near SCAD. You might be wrong. So I was near. I mean, I sat right next to SCAD. So I was probably right. Hold on. So here's where we played Pokemon Go. I don't know. So there's Telfair. So the new one is, I don't know where the new one is. That this one right here? No. They're all labeled. My guess is I didn't make it to it. I basically stayed in this general area. We had the kids with, so we made it to Forsyth Park at one point because of, you know, definitely a place that is kid friendly. And then spent most of our time near the river and in the historic grid. Yeah. Very, very, very nice. Palmas looks like every newbie's first city. 6 laners with roundabouts every intersection that City Planner plays. Palmas? Where is that? Or is that a city that I've made? City Planner Plays has a large enough support base that he would be okay either way, but I think you watch a lot of small channels. You love the idea. Get a little extra from your premium sub. Yes. I support small channels for sure. Every channel starts out as a small channel, and the only way they become a bigger channel is support. For those first little while, that first little while is tough. So definitely. But the YouTube, I do want to chime in one more thing on the YouTube Premium. Don't do it for the creator as much as you do it for yourself. It changes the experience of YouTube into a super positive one. I like when people complain about ads, like I feel bad. I haven't seen an ad on YouTube. Okay, I take that back. I saw an ad on YouTube a month ago and I realized that my subscription lapsed and I immediately repurchased because I cannot stand watching YouTube without premium at this point. It is so much better. It's like, I mean, I have Twitch Turbo as well. Like, I understand that like you could watch the platform for free, but I derive so much more value from Twitch and YouTube than I do from Hulu that I would much rather have a subscription to YouTube Premium than I would Hulu. Like if I had to choose between the two. And people don't blink an eye. They're like, I am going to get Hulu because that's what you have to do. I want to watch live sports once a week, or I want to do whatever. I promise you, if you are the type of person to be here right now watching this, you are probably the type of person that would really derive a lot of value from YouTube Premium. Premium for day one, you don't even remember what ads are like anymore? Yeah, like, it's so much better. I don't know how to fully express how much better it is. Like, I get that not everyone can afford it, but if you can, if you're already subscribed to Netflix, I would ask you to consider what you actually watch more. And think about that, because you'll probably enjoy yourself more. You love it and can't go back, Captain Kirk? Same here. Don't forget to update the directionality. Yeah, so what I think I'm going to do, I'm going to build probably another block this way and then do a couple more this way. And then we're going to do them all at once. I feel like I'm going to screw it up otherwise. And I don't know how they handle this. I don't recall there being any major north-south arterials. There is right here. I missed it. So maybe we'll add one of these as well. There are a bunch of one-ways. I came in on Presidents, and then it kind of shuffles you into the grid. So I came up this way and then end up kind of getting pushed in. which is kind of cool. This grid is the definition of traffic calming. Can't go anywhere fast at all. No, but it was fantastic. I love that. I love when the roadway layout and the design and the width of the street prevents people from speeding. That's the way it should be. So often our cities we're fixated on things that don't matter. Like where I live, it's snow removal. Like we're gonna make the roads too wide because of snow removal. And I get it. Snow removal matters. It matters. It's like if you are the snow removal person, you're the driver of that plow truck, you're probably very upset if, you know, transportation planner Phil says, I don't really care about snow removal. What I really care about is ensuring that the city is walkable. You're probably not very happy with me, but ultimately, snow removal happens sometimes. People live in the city all the time. It should be a livable place. That should be the primary goal. Oh, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. This doesn't work unless it's perfect. No. Don't do this to me. We're not gonna do this. We're not gonna do this. It's gonna be, I broke the whole thing. I think I gotta start this one over. That is my fault. I played with fire. I had way too many of the snapping options on. Whoa. Fashion 40, thank you so much for the raid. Raiders, welcome in. You don't know who I am? City Planner Plays. I have a YouTube channel where I build cities. I'm an urban planner by trade, and now a YouTuber, Twitch streamer. And we just chill out. We talk planning. We build things. Welcome on in. Hopefully you guys had a good stream. The challenge today is I gave a nice PowerPoint before the presentation, or before this, where I talked about my trip to Savannah. And now we are trying to recreate Savannah's grid in the desert, which will be an interesting challenge. So we'll probably have more palm trees and less oak trees and tons of flowers as we push this thing back towards the highway and try to blend it into our existing grid and see what turns into a better place. I have a feeling that this is going to be a nicer place. We will see. Yeah, we make cities in PowerPoints. You want some spreadsheets? I've got those too. So, Passion 40, how was the stream? Raiders, how was the stream? How have you guys been? I have been doing really well, Fashion 40. Thank you so much for asking. Palmas, Brazil. I want you to remind me of that. I will take a look at that in a little bit. Always a hot time on CPP streams. Something like that. Turn off snap to guidelines. Draw the outer square first, then the streets. While I think you're right about that. Well, snapping to the side of the buildings is the one that usually screws me up, I think. That's the one. That and the snapping to zoning grid. If you have two grids that interact at all. Yeah, it's real messy. You have extra hotkeys mod and turn on specific snaps on and off. Okay. Lero, I wish I was as disciplined as you are with hotkeys. You guys probably noticed this in videos. I'm not using hotkeys half the time. And it's because I am just absolute garbage with hotkeys. It's a problem. I remember some of the first videos that I created, people were like, why don't you just use the hotkey for X, Y, and Z? And I'm just like, well, you know, I don't really use hotkeys. Like, that's not a thing that I do. And people were not impressed. And I think to this day, not impressed by that. And I get it. Totally get it. Also, old habits die hard. I'm working on it though. I'm trying to get better. I think I screwed up this street, and if I fix this one, everything else gets better. I think that these ones, for instance, will become fixed after I draw this road in. Yeah. Yep. It was now Summit Street. Do I use the vanilla move it keybind? So there's that. I do. That is the one. That is the one that I've got that one going for me. I wish I could do more. I have to get better about it. You bet I use save too? Okay, here's my dark secret, chat. I don't even know what the save shortcut is. I don't even know what the save shortcut is. I don't even let's play a game. Oh yeah, I bought Inzoi. I haven't played it. Almost 3,000 hours. I have never once used the save hotkey. Oh, F5. Microsoft Speech Services. No. That overwrite saves. I will never use that now. There is no way I will ever use that. I am one of these maniacs that has a whole bunch of different versions of a save. So like for this one, I will say Lost Mulligans 4, Stardish. And I will just keep saving different versions. So I can't do that. Alt F4. Okay, so now I'm playing some like weird jujitsu where I'm holding down Alt function F4. I'm not impressed with you right now. You know, I earned that. I earned that for not reading enough chat and not doing hotkeys. Got him. I don't even know who said it. I'm an idiot because I saw it and I was like, oh, that must be the versioning. Save. Well, thankfully I saved before then. I'm not going to ban him because I earned that one. I earned that one. I fell for it. Imagine trusting people in 2025. I know. See, here's the thing. I always say that I'm not a good streamer, and I mean it. I'm not a good streamer, and I do bad things sometimes. What, that was Picana that did that? Oh my goodness. Honestly, for that, I might subscribe. If I'm not already subscribed to your channel, I'm gonna do it right now. Hold on. That is how I ban Picana. I just make sure. Hold on. I am not subscribed. But now I am. Okay. Now we're good. And I saved right before then. So, I earned it. It's good. The anti-ban on the nerdy side. Indeed. Okay. We're back. And honestly, better than ever. That was perfect. Don't let them lead you astray. The road type keybinds are glorious. Okay. I tell you what. I will try it. I will try it. I will experiment with it. There's another one. One of the builds. So I was just building in Saguna Beach, and I know that I said I have my mod list. And here's how it starts. And I know you probably are like, whoever likes how thin the mod list is gonna hate what I'm about to do. I'm about to add one more mod to the list because it's something I think is absolutely necessary. I'm not gonna say what it is just yet. But once the mod creep starts, you guys have done it. You know what it's all about. You add one mod, and then you add one more, and then you got this one quality of life mod that you got to add in, and all of a sudden you've added like 50 mods in because you just can't help yourself, because you're an absolute maniac like I am, and you can't stop. And that's what's gonna happen. I can feel it if I don't prevent myself from doing it. And that's the kind of mod that I would add in, and I would say it's not a big deal, and then it becomes one. You relate to that? Each mod needs another mod to make it work better. Yeah, just one more. Just one more. Just one more mod, bro. Just one more mod. That's how it begins. That's how... I don't know if you guys remember this. Magnolia County was supposed to be a lightly modded build. And now it's like... Now it has all of the mods. If there's a mod I see, I just like immediately add it. It's an addiction. It's a problem. And I guess that's the first step. I will admit that I have a problem, and I will not... but I will do nothing about it. I will just continue down the path of degeneracy with mods and enjoy every step of it. I'm being incredibly respectful of the topography, as many of you are noting, and just like doing whatever I want. But I feel like in Savannah, you know, they mastered the terrain as well. So we'll do the same. Just one more asset. Well, here's the thing. Amy, if you have the RAM, why not? If you have the RAM, just keep it up. Might as well just keep going. I'm really curious. It seems like since the last update to CS2, it feels like the load times for me have improved dramatically with all the region packs. And that makes me hopeful. I was getting pretty nervous there for a minute that it was gonna, like, assets were just gonna tank the game's performance. I feel better now. Get 512 gigabytes of RAM. That, you know, I do try, and this is something that I've done for a long time. I've tried to continue to upgrade my equipment so that you guys are seeing, at least from me, the very best City Skylines 2 experience that you could possibly see. But even I have my limits. Before you guys are just like, gosh, what he's running right now is so insane, I don't even care to watch it anymore. Just don't even care to watch it. The game doesn't look like that for me. I don't want to see it. And I feel like that much RAM, man. That would be the one. Am I running a 9950X3D yet? I did just build a new computer for my office, and I may have gotten one. So that one is running that. I did upgrade that one to that. But this one is not. So yeah, that one, my office PC is a beast. My office PC is a beast. Jealous? I have not attempted to quantify the benefits of it. I should do that. I just figure if you're gonna build a PC and you expect to use it for years, especially, I mean, I do this. This is what I do. So I figure I will get it. I will as future-proof it as I can right now, basically. So that was my thought process there. Oh, broke it. Can't play it, only CS1. You appreciate the high quality content. I appreciate that. I try to do as best as I can. We'll see. Hopefully I keep it up. I have felt over the last little while super inspired. And for anyone who hasn't played with the new game update, it's so much better. It's so much better. The game plays so much better. It makes so much more sense. Which maybe shouldn't be the maybe it's a weird thing to say, but if you've played it before this update, you know what I'm talking about. It just, there were issues that seem to be a lot better. You finally started playing again after this update. I'm not surprised that people waited. And if you come back to this update, the game feels totally different. And honestly, in a new build, there are certain things, and I'm not sure if you, I'm kind of curious to know if you guys have started on easy mode or not, because I feel like that might be the sweet spot at this point. You've been super addicted recently, Sparkles? I'm not surprised. Yeah, I don't want to, let me see if it's in here. I'm not gonna say, yeah, no, I didn't. I found myself just like randomly playing and building random things and having a lot of fun with it. Sagunda Beach, earlier today, as I was finishing up B-roll, I just kind of slipped into just building some wacky stuff. And I started taking some of the, so I built the Golden Gate Bridge, linking up 2 chunks of land. And then I built a downtown, just placing some of the assets by hand from the Chinese region pack and some of the signature buildings. And in like 30 minutes, I had a super cool looking downtown. And it's just, the buildings are outstanding. The assets that we have now are just awesome. Like, you could do so much cool stuff with it. So I agree. Now that the game's in a better place, it does feel a lot more gratifying to build stuff like that. Bring Banjo back. At some point. Especially at night, it's tough though, because Banjo lives for this period where I am in here and he has my wife all to himself. Because so he sleeps in my room, but the moment that I get to bed, he just leaves. He's like, I'm out. I know that I shouldn't be here anymore. I honestly don't care, but he thinks I do. And he aborts immediately. Just done. Gotta get out of here. He is my wife's dog though. I am well aware of that. I like him, but he likes my wife more. We need a Phil's Going Wild build. It's gonna happen. Like, there's a very decent chance that I kind of just jump the shark in Sagunda Beach and just start building some stuff that I want to build that I think is really neat. So I had a lot of fun with it, and that's why, like I mentioned, adding the mod. There is one mod that I want to add in that will allow me to build one thing in particular that I can't build right now, that I just think that the build needs. And I'm just gonna do it. Like, I just don't care. Rules are meant to be broken. I like to have restrictions on myself for the sake of realism, but also sometimes you just gotta play the game and have a bit of fun. So I'm not gonna be too hard on it. I'm just gonna kind of do a couple of things. The downtown build, whenever I get to it, for Sagunda Beach, is gonna be that. I think I'm just gonna kind of go ham. I don't want to go. Okay, hold on. Let me kind of explain. What I think I'm gonna do in Sagunda Beach, what I've been toying with, is growing the city rapidly and not super detailed, and then going back through and redeveloping individual areas in a very detailed way. That's what I'm kind of getting at. Are you getting a Magnolia County or Sagunda Beach video soon? It'll be Sagunda Beach. It's already recorded. It's being edited. It's partially edited. My goal is Monday. There may not be an early access period for this one. It might just go out because reasons. We'll see. It'll be Monday or it'll be Wednesday. For reasons. For reasons. Oh, you think developing it and then adding details is a really cool thing to see? Yeah, I feel like... So I really struggle. I think I really screwed up in Verde Beach in one particular way. And that was... I just basically grew a downtown from nothing with kind of a weak backstory. And I like the entire series, I regretted it. And for me, speaking of Verde Beach, like when I see builds that do that, like it doesn't work. It doesn't work for me. I don't like it. So I don't want to do that. I don't want to build where we just like, boom, downtown. So I'm probably going to establish the grid and then iterate and iterate and iterate and iterate. And I want to do it in rapid succession, but I also want to, I want to not be distracted. Yeah. Did we ever do a revisit Mulligan episode for Verde Beach? Not really. The problem with Verde Beach is we hit the node limit. So I can go around and look at the build and it runs great, but that stupid node limit just like killed the build. I'm glad that's not in CS2 because it means that I can just keep upgrading my hardware indefinitely and continue to play cities. I will need to let it run for quite a while to settle into the new AI. Oh yeah. Someone commenting about what you have to do. Funny thing is, for Segunda Beach, I didn't really have to do much of anything. 31,000 population, didn't really matter. For someone just tuning in, what's Savannah's grid and what does it solve and any issues that it may introduce? What Savannah's grid introduces is a very an environment very friendly to pedestrians, plus a ton of green space. So Savannah's grid, each one of these is Savannah's grid. This one's broken. We'll have to fix that. But basically, we'll have civic services around these parking lots, and then we'll have mixed use and residential in these larger blocks. The outer periphery is where we'll have our vehicular transportation. We'll have a ton of green space in between there, which will reduce the urban heat island effect. So there's lots of good things about this. What I want to do though is find a way to work trams into this. And I also want to figure out a way to pedestrianize some of this. I think that would, but I feel like starting out with Savannah's grid is probably the right approach. And then the other nice thing, so these are going to be public plazas through here. So we'll have to make individual parks. These kind of act as roundabouts. And through here, we have one direction for traffic, which makes it much easier to cross as a pedestrian. You're only crossing one lane of traffic. Occult Sim, good to see you too. Thank you for being here. Mr. Planner Plays, what is my favorite major U.S. city? Yours is Boston, but you grew up in San Diego. I mean, I'm going to be super biased and say that because I lived in L.A. L.A. and Denver are two of my favorite cities because I lived there. And I'm so intimately knowledgeable of them. I wouldn't live in that if I didn't love it too. Maybe not a major city, but I absolutely love it. Chicago, fantastic city. I think that there are a lot of underrated cities like Omaha. I think is an excellent city. If you've ever spent any time in Omaha, it's one of those places that I think because it's Nebraska, people go, you couldn't have a good city in Nebraska. Nebraska's rural. It's not. It's a fantastic city. And there are lots of little places like that. There are lots of places like that I think are underrated. Places that I like. Louisville is an excellent city. So yeah, places like that. I like the underrated places. Visit El Paso. I've actually not spent a lot of time in Texas, despite my mom's family being from there. The Texas I know is Texarkana, Atlanta, Texas. Going to Dallas and being overwhelmed by the freeways. I was supposed to go to Houston for the American Planning Association in 2020, but we all know how that worked out. Not so good. Not so good. You're from Texarkana? Yeah, my mom's family's from that area. So as a kid, we used to drive to Texarkana. I have many memories of St. Louis being our pit stop, and we would get out, stretch our legs. We would always go to KFC. That's like the place. My grandpa's like, we have to go to KFC in St. Louis. I don't know why. That was like his spot. Bozeman? You like Bozeman? I've heard very good things about Bozeman, except that I've also heard that Bozeman is getting ridiculously expensive. It's one of those places that people found out about. I don't know. This is probably the most frustrating part about cities too, is you'll get some of these grids that just break, and trying to fix them. Sometimes you can just go over the top of them with the grid tool and that'll fix them. In many cases, it will break it even more. One more try before I say that this is a block that we just plop every single building. Oh, that kills me. Every time I try, I make it a little bit worse. I said I was done trying. You guys know who I am. I can't truly be done. Oh my goodness. Every single time I try, it's a little bit worse. I don't even know what information it's retaining. It's going to drive me crazy. I'm going to plop this whole block. Everything is insane here now. I hate it. I hate it so much. Oh my goodness. Lincoln, Nebraska is pretty great city as well. I have not spent I've only driven through Lincoln. Omaha I've stayed in and driven around a bit and thought it was very, very, very underrated. Do I think that Colossal Order will ever fix the grid breakage? Yeah. So when I spoke with them, like the one-on-one I had with them, the 3-on-1, the 3-on-3, I don't know what you consider it, with Biffa and Egg. It was like the one thing that, like, and I think Biffa really drove home on that the most. Like, it really bothers him and it really kills me too. And we all said, like, it's the number one thing that we hear from people. Like, this destroys the fun for them. And I don't know if they fully got it. I don't know. Do I think that they'll fix it eventually? I'm just hoping it's not like Cities 1, where it took a long time to get the zoning tool. And it was shocking to me that that type of feature didn't make its way into Cities 2. Like, it just kind of seemed like a no-brainer to do it. So yeah, I don't know. You really hope CS2 would have added spline-based zoning? Me too. The zoning, I think the zoning in general, they killed the road tool so much. It's outstanding. And then we have this zoning tool that just, it's not it. It's better. It's better in that we have larger buildings, but Beyond that, not good. Not a fan. And so yeah, I'm hopeful that they do something about it, but I don't know where it ranks as a priority. And truthfully, I don't know that we're gonna know the priority of anything until assets are done. It, to me, feels like assets are like number 1 through 50 on their list of priorities, rightfully so. And like, I know I've even told them, like, I think the 2 things that people are waiting for, like the people that are not playing right now, it's a mixture of assets and bikes. Those are the 2. I think it really makes the streets feel less vibrant. So yeah. Oh, I went a little too far, and I earned that. There we go. You tried to pull up a video on your wife's YouTube and you saw an ad for the first time in 10 years. Yeah. Yeah, when my YouTube Premium expired, I was using a Google Home. We have a Google Home in our kitchen, and while I'm cooking or doing the dishes, I will watch something on it. It showed me an ad on there. I think I was pulling up like the Philip DeFranco show, and it played an ad, and I was like, what is this nonsense? I don't want to watch this. Like, I like exited right out and tried to go back in, because of course that would do the trick. Need a Mac version? I know. Listen, I said I did a PowerPoint. I didn't do a PowerPoint. I did a keynote. I specifically hooked a Mac up to the streaming. Like, I have 3 computers that I'm using tonight, specifically because I refuse to use PowerPoint. I'm a Mac user. I want to see this game on a Mac as well. While I was gone, I have a little competition going on with another content creator, asset creator, trying to get assets, or trying to get Skylines working on a Mac. And I'll tell you, I failed. I did not get it working. But I want to, using crossover. That's my goal. Skylines 2 is the only reason you own a Windows machine, Gary? Not surprising. I mean, gaming in general, it's hard to do on a Mac. Except Civ. Civ runs wonderfully. Yeah, the Mac, the Mac CS2 challenge. I want to figure out a way to get it running. So, okay. I've got, I don't know if you're going to be able to see this. You're not going to be able to see it. So I have an M4 MacBook Pro right here. This is my primary office machine. And this is what I'm going to try to get Cities running on. That's my goal. That's my goal. So if I can get it working, I'm going to share the steps. And listen, if you're a Mac gamer, I know that you are already very committed to your Mac. You're willing to go through the rigmarole of getting it working. So I trust that if I give you some instructions, if I can figure it out, you'll do it. My editor's also on it. He's kind of I've come to learn that he's a bit of an enthusiast for Mac gaming and trying to figure out different ways to get it going. And I've actually that reminds me, I've got to tell him that Manor Lord's working great. I didn't do it. The other creator did it, but got Manor Lords working perfectly on a Mac using crossover. So use Parallels to run Windows on a Mac. So if you have an Intel-based Mac, you can. It's no problem. The thing is, if you're using an Intel-based Mac and you try one of the new Apple Silicon Macs, they're 1,000 times better. Like, they're so much better. It's unreal how much better they are and how much improvement there is every single generation. So I could never go back to an Intel-based Mac because these ones are so much better. You still have the M1 MacBook Air and you love it? Yeah. The only reason I got this one is editing. Like, if I were not editing, there's no reason to edit to upgrade ever, basically. Because the M1's still that good. But for editing, that's one of the few places that you'll see. And M1 to M4 was like one of the few places where I think you'd actually see a substantial improvement. You're considering a rogue ally for CS2? I've really wanted to test CS2 on a rogue ally. I will state that for all of stream to hear. And if anyone who happens to be able to make that happen, I'm not going to buy it. I will not use it. But if I ever have the opportunity to test it, I will do that. At one point, it seemed like I might have that opportunity, and then it disappeared. So we'll see if that ever comes. Unfortunately, you don't think Apple are going to budge on supporting Vulkan, so the Proton compatibility layer will work in OS X? No, but I've heard that Metal can be really good. So the question is, if they're not going to budge, are they going to support developers as much as developers are going to need to be supported to want to bring Mac gaming to the masses? The other thing is, are they going to keep being idiots and trying to force everyone to put their games on the Mac App Store? Like, I'm sorry, Apple. Like, I use Steam. I'm going to keep using Steam. Like, Steam is... I don't like monopolies. But if there's any monopoly that I will support, it's Steam. Because it seems like they like their customers. So... I'm not gonna buy a game that I've already purchased on Steam or that I already have through Steam on the Mac App Store. That's insane. And that's what they keep doing. They keep releasing certain games just to the Mac App Store and not on Steam. That's so stupid. Moose, Riri, good to see you both in here. Engineer with loaded MacBook Pro M1, performance blew away Intel, still hold up? Absolutely. The turtle. It's hard, like the laptop too. Like, the build quality, just in general, the way it operates just for day-to-day computing, I just can't go back. Like, I don't want to use a PC laptop. They're so good. I'm trying to do this quickly, and I'm not paying attention to whether or not the grid breaks. It probably is. Worst case, we'll clone buildings. We'll use those first couple of grids and we'll clone buildings through here or place some by hand. This is going to be a multi-day process. Turbo DJ, you still have your M1 MacBook Pro waiting for Wi-Fi 7 support before you get a new... yeah. I won't lie. That was something I thought about. At the office, I basically, it's not exactly the same network setup that I have at home, but it's a baby version of it. And I got a new Wi-Fi hotspot for there. It's Ubiquiti, and it's a Wi-Fi 7. And this is one of the things that confuses me. It seems like the throughput should be fast enough that I could edit over Wi-Fi, which to me sounds mind-blowing. But laptop doesn't support it. So yeah, no clue. You weird you love your PC, laptop, and your Mac? You prefer your Mac? So, IJ, for me, it is 100% about the trackpad. I just feel like the trackpad on my Windows laptop is so much worse. It just kills the experience for me. Both in terms of the size and just how it functions. Oh, the grid is just broken everywhere. It's just slightly broken. I'm not gonna worry about it. We're just gonna live with it. We'll place buildings by hand if we have to. Good night, everyone, and happy birthday to my wife. Thank you so much. Thank you. I will let her know. Okay. CPP is F9in. Buy now. What is F9? Not doing it. Trackpad on the Mac is unmatched. I don't know how Windows laptop makers haven't figured it out, haven't just like lifted that one killer feature from the Mac, but they should. You've been up since 2 a.m. yesterday? Roosh, go to bed. Go to bed. Thank you for being here, but you need to go to bed. Canadian. Dude, Canadian. Canadian. Thank you for the 4 months of tier 1. Thank you for the gifted subs. And just so you know, it's coming out soon. It's not out just yet. It's not out just yet, but we got the mayor of Janktown. Peter, thank you for the super chat. What do I think about doing a Northern California build? Sagunda Beach is going to have some of that inspiration in there. It's going to have some of that inspiration. So I want to work that in. I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it, Peter, but that's what I'm thinking. Dr. 42, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, dude. Super generous of you. Thank you for all of the support. I really appreciate it. Lenny Bronx, thank you for the super chat. Do I get the issue where trains get stuck in my city? They get stuck in place and start doing a jerking motion. You don't know, you don't have Tygon mods and no other mods that affect rail. To me, that sounds like you have a node issue. So I would look to see if you have a node conflict. That's what that sounds like to me. And Lenny, thank you so much for all the support. Appreciate you. Mac hardware quality generally so strong. The amount of keyboard mouses you've bought and gone back to the build. Yeah. Well, so the only thing that I don't like about Macs, the only thing is that I'm using the Apple keyboard and mouse because they have killer features that I just can't get in another mouse and keyboard combo. That being the fingerprint reader and the ability to do this on the mouse. And it's not ergonomic. It's really uncomfortable to use, but I can't edit without it now. And I hate it. I hate it. I wish I didn't feel that way. They need to redesign the mouse. Yeah. This is the new, the new mouse that has USB-C. And even though they redesigned it to add USB-C, even though they relocated their factory from China to Vietnam, they still kept the stupid port at the bottom. What are they thinking? Like, put it at the front. I can't charge this thing. Why couldn't they just put it at the front? It just seems like such a no-brainer, but they didn't. Lots of mouses that look just like this, and yeah. Snazzy Labs Touch ID button hack is so good. It is. It is. But I am nowhere near as talented at soldering and all of the rest that he had to do to make that work. Quinn is just in general brilliant. Love watching Snazzy Labs, but that's a bit too much for me. That's a bit too much for me. They're thinking it takes 20 minutes to charge and it lasts like 99 years. Okay, that's a fair point. It does last a long time, but it always dies when I need it the most. So I'm in the middle of an edit and I've got like 20 minutes left of editing and I get the warning that I've got to charge my battery now. And it's super late. And of course, now the battery's going to die. So I get it. It doesn't take long. But when it dies at that point, it kills you. It kills your spirit. Like, it's just like, why now? Of all the times, you're going to die now, of course. Used to be a Mac guy, but the I'm a Mac commercials soured you to the brand. Cathal, it wasn't great branding, in my opinion. That's when I was an Apple campus rep when those commercials came out. And I didn't love it. The Justin Long ads, but also the computers have gotten a lot better since then. Like I think that they were fine at that point, but they were really selling you on like it was a lifestyle company at that point. Those commercials, just to remind you of how long ago that was before the iPhone was out, which is kind of wild to think about at this point. Like the world before the iPhone. I had a Palm Trio, and I would play SimCity on it. I was super impressed with my Palm. What was it? Palm? I can't remember. Yeah, but yeah, I had an SD card I'd load in there with SimCity 2000. Had my stylus. Super cool. That Motorola Razr days. Palm Pilot. What is that? This is gonna bother me. Palm cell phone. This is the one, the Palm Trio. I had my keyboard, a full color display, and you could play SimCity on it. I pull the stylus out the top and I play SimCity. I felt like I was such a baller with this phone. And then I upgraded to the Palm Pixie, and all of my friends made fun of me for having the Pixie. They're like, that's such a stupid name for a phone, and it's so tiny. It looks absolutely hilarious in your big man hands to be holding this little tiny phone, and I loved it. One of my favorite phones I've ever had. It felt so good in my hands. Amazing. Yeah, it was WebOS before it was just on LG TVs. And it was a solid phone. It lasted forever. Had a full-size keyboard, very clear display. Yeah. WebOS was really nice. Like, I love the cards, flipping the cards up to close things. It was very, very good. You miss phones out of the charge like once a week? Yeah. Yeah, honestly. Oh yeah, HTC phones. I had HTC Evo. The HTC Evo was the last Android phone I had for a while, because then I got the iPhone 4, and that was like I was iPhone for a hot minute, and then I went back to Android for a long time, and at the iPhone 15 is when I finally came back to iPhones. Android on top. If you are a Mac user for your like daily computing, it's really hard. It's really hard to have an Android phone. It's just not as good. Like for a variety of reasons. Transferring things to your computer, being able to look at texts on your computer. Like the number one place I look and respond to text messages is on my computer. And I had an app. There was an app that I downloaded that let me do with my Android, but it just like it would unlink. It was just kind of a mess. You never had an iPhone? You're an Android PC guy? There are things that I really miss about my Android. I was a Pixel guy. And the Pixel is such a great device. Like I still like really, really like Pixels. And it was funny, I actually got invited into the, because I've purchased so many Pixels, my wife still has one. I got invited into this program where they give you like early access to Pixel devices, and like you could be a Pixel super fan. But just feels a little weird to do that when I'm rocking an iPhone. You love your Pixel? They're solid. The main reason that I switched was straight up the size of the phones. Like, I hate large phones. I hate it. I hate that with every single year that passes, phones get bigger and bigger and bigger. I don't understand why most people like large phones. I'm not one of those people. They drive me crazy, and I will forever hate that that's the way that cell phones are now going. But the iPhone is just a little bit smaller, and as a result, iPhone all day. You too, you love your iPhone mini? That is the phone that I wanted. The only reason I couldn't get it is I'm not having Thunderbolt on a phone. No way. Or sorry, Lightning. Kills me that the next one is going to be big. You're on Pixel as well? The Pixel 5 was, I think, my favorite phone ever. The Pixel 5. Like, it was the perfect size. I mean, it was powerful enough. The camera was awesome. I upgraded and I immediately regretted it. I think it's the only phone that I've ever upgraded from that I've been like, I made a mistake. I made a terrible mistake. You're the Pixel 6 and it's amazing. QZ, the Pixel 6 is, I only had odd numbered pixels. So I went from the 5 to the 7 and I immediately hated it. The 7 is one of the devices that made me go back to iPhones. Big phone is nice for watching videos. I don't watch videos on a phone. I know I'm a TV guy. I'm a TV computer phone viewer or video viewer. I can't do it. I can't do it on the phone. I screwed this up. I'll fix it. So yeah, can't do it. Only having odd number pixels sounds like a horrible monitor resolution. That would be. Nexus 5, the precursor to the Pixel series, the best damn phone ever. I had a Nexus for like a second and I got rid of it. I can't remember why. There was something about it that I didn't like. I think it was when my wife and I were talking about going back to Android, and I thought that the Nexus would be the phone that would do it for us, and it wasn't. But I feel like the Nexus was still like not quite as refined. Wasn't quite there yet. Like, it was good, but it wasn't made by Google. You just want your BlackBerry back? I had a BlackBerry and I just never really understood the appeal of it. Like I could type really fast on it, but it was bad at everything else. It was bad at browsing the web. It was bad at everything. But the keyboard was nice. When's my next travel? My next travel's this coming month. My friend is having a 40th birthday party in the Bay Area. So I'm going to the Bay Area for just a real quick trip. Just like basically showing up on Friday and leaving on Sunday. But the fun thing about that trip, the really cool thing about that is I told my YouTube partner manager, and I'm gonna go to YouTube and check out YouTube. So I'm going to basically fly into SFO and immediately go have lunch at YouTube, which is going to be super sick. So I'll take some cool pictures. I'll put them on Blue Sky. You guys want to check them out? YouTube stream when? YouTube stream from YouTube. No Twitch. You're from there. Have so much fun in the Bay. The Bay Area is amazing. There was a world where I would have lived in the Bay Area. When I was leaving Denver, I was offered the opportunity to move there for the job I had. They told me, they're like, don't quit. Come work at this consulting firm in the Bay Area. We could see you being a partner someday at this planning firm. And the CEO flew to Denver and was like, don't quit on us. Don't quit. And like, that's the kind of thing that like, I don't know that I'll ever have that situation happen again. And I talked to my wife and I was like, listen, they really want me to move to the Bay Area. They told me I could choose the Bay Area or LA, or they told me that I could go to DC. And I was like, I was all in, but she really wanted to come home. And honestly, I think it was the right call. Like the number of things that I would have missed out on, like just thinking about it, hindsight being 2020, including like the last few years of my grandpa and my grandma, having my kids know their grandparents. It would have been a different life. But I still love it there. I still love it there. The grid looking insane. My God, it is. I'm also modifying it now. So this is straight up Savannah. And I dig it. I dig it. Now I'm going to basically end it right here. Send this diagonal rodent cut through the grid. And eventually I think that we'll probably elevate the highway and reorient the grid into this one. But definitely not a today thing. We're going to load this up with some uses. I guess maybe I'll take the arterial and find a way to link that in. We'll get these two to link together. And then figure out where the next one here will be. Maybe right here. Yeah, something. We got this one right here. I'm not 100% positive how we link these just yet, but we have to link it a little bit so we can start zoning. I just saw moose. Savannah inspo, heck yes. You love when chips can inspire your city builds. Absolutely. That's the thing, like, I'm the most excited about going to the Bay Area is knowing that I'm going to get some more inspiration. I need to get out. I need to get out more and see some more things. Honestly, the place I want to go. We weren't supposed to go to. We went to the Bahamas, as our family trip, and we were supposed to go to Canada. And with all of the craziness between the U.S. and Canada, that absolutely must be my next trip. Like outside of this one, I need to go to Canada. So I'm not sure where that'll be, but that's gonna be a goal. Whether it's where I wanted to go, and Moose, maybe you can tell me if this was the right call or not. I wanted to go to Victoria, or Vancouver. Obviously, Vancouver would be amazing. Looks like Savannah. I've done it right then. Go Victoria. So Victoria. Okay, it's so sick. Good. So the reason I wanted to go to Victoria is it just seemed like a cool city, but I thought that my wife would get on board with their gardens. Like, she is all about the gardens. In fact, in the PowerPoint earlier, I didn't take very many pictures. I'm notorious for not taking many pictures. And there were a couple pictures that I snuck into the PowerPoint because she told me she wouldn't share pictures unless I showed you guys flowers. So if it seemed like the PowerPoint was a little bit flower heavy, that was I had to give my wife flowers or I wasn't gonna have pictures. So it had to happen. The gardens are amazing there. Okay. Sold. Come out to the Atlantic, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. Where's St. John's? Because I had a friend go to St. John's and said it was just sick. Come to San Diego. I have to book my trip to San Diego. I'm going to TwitchCon. So I'll make it to San Diego for the first time. I won't turn around at Oceanside this time. I won't get demoralized by Southern California traffic and turn around. St. John's is in the province that I will Americanize and destroy the name of if I say it out loud. Is it Newfoundland? I said it wrong. I said it wrong last time, and you guys got mad at me. You got Canadian mad at me, which was very polite, but also I know I disappointed you and let you down. I don't want to do that again. 10 out of 10 attempt. Vancouver Metro is massive. See, that's a huge attraction to me. But also the other thing is, I know with kids, I feel like Victoria will end up being a lot better of an experience. Like, there are things that I would have loved to do if we didn't have our kids in Savannah, and I just felt like taking the bus, for instance, is going to be a bad time with the kids. They're not going to enjoy it the way that I might. So, New Finland. Canadian anger equals disappointed. Come to Australia and do an Aussie city. So someday I will get to Australia. That one's gonna take a while though. We realize how far away it is. The other place, I have a friend who is going to Japan next month. And he was like, please come to Japan. It's a lot of travel. It starts like the expenses of traveling, that kind of travel is like just next level. And it's just a long time. Like, you can't go to Australia or Japan or any place like that without like really committing to like a lot of travel. Like, I don't want to go to Australia for less than like 10 days because it's going to take me a day and a half to get there. So yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Japan is top 3 bucket list. The funny thing is, like, it was for him too, and then he went once and he's like, I couldn't see everything. So I have to go back. So he went last year and he's going right back. And I know a couple of people who've gone to Japan have just been like, it's just like the place. I've got to go and I've got to keep going. I would love Japan city planning. I know. I know that I would. I think I'd bore him. That was the other thing I was thinking about. He is not a planner, and I don't know that he would like the way that I take it in. That's you in the Netherlands, Moose? I know. So, Moose, I know you've said that you want to live in the Netherlands at some point. Is it like me, where like at some point I'm gonna live in Europe? I don't think it's a permanent thing for me, but I want to spend like, I feel like you don't really get to know a place unless you spend a long time there. So like, I would like to become a local for a year and like really sink into a place. But I think having kids makes me not want to go longer than that, unless they were there with me, you know? You're planning on a month? I should join Jetlag, the game. Next time to go to Japan, capture the flag with them. That'd be sick. You were in Japan for work for almost 2 months last year. You wanted to stay? Bob Ross. Well, I was in Savannah. I saw your drink, Bob. The Bob Ross drink, and I didn't buy it. It was a Bob Ross energy drink, which is like, well, I'm intrigued. I don't even like energy drinks. I think they're gross, but you get me a Bob Ross energy drink, and I'm intrigued enough to try, and then I never went back for it. So I guess I wasn't that intrigued. I should have been. Please join Jetlag the game. I've never heard of it. Getting to escape from BC is also nice. I've heard that British Columbia is amazing. Would Bob the Bob Ross energy drink? I didn't really think about what might be in that drink. I don't know if that's okay in Georgia anyway. Yeah, happy little caffeine or something. I don't know if that's okay in Georgia. I assume it's not. I will tell you, the one thing that sticks out to me the most about Savannah, the Savannah Metro in general, that I found incredibly weird, is the number of police officers there. It felt like there was one police officer for every 5 citizens. Like, I live not all that far from a police station, and I like almost never see cops outside of like leaving the police station. And I felt like everywhere in Savannah, there was a cop just like sitting there, like always. It was crazy. I just didn't know why there were so many cops. Why are there so many cops there? Are you guys like constantly doing crimes? Or like, do you just like really need to feel safe? There's just a lot of cops. And I don't think I saw a police station either. I even found the planning office for the MPO, and I was pretty pumped about that. But I never really paid attention and saw any police stations. I saw all of the police. Did I see the Savannah banana? I saw a magnet. That's it. They just make citizens feel safe. Yeah, it seemed like it was just a lot. It just seemed like it was kind of an overwhelming number. It was jarring to me. Maybe we don't have enough. I don't know. Madison feels safe. I feel like we're a pretty safe big city. So yeah, that was the one thing that stuck out to me. Is like, wow, just a lot of police officers. And I think it might just be. I think there are small things that end up being cultural differences they don't realize are. And maybe it's the way that the police operate there and what they are up to. Maybe they're doing more traffic enforcement. I know that where I live, it was like a thing that as a planner, I was like, hey, MPD, will you please do more traffic enforcement? As the city planner, I am begging you, please do more traffic enforcement. Hey, as the city planner, we have won you a grant. We've won you a grant for radar guns. Please do more traffic enforcement. And they just didn't want to do it. And I think part of the reason for it, like there are legitimate reasons for not wanting to do a lot of traffic enforcement. Like as far as like what they said was that a lot of times people's only interaction with the police department is traffic enforcement. And that ends up being a negative interaction. So as much as the planner, I want them to do a whole bunch of traffic enforcement. If that is the interaction that people are having with the police, it makes them not like the police. And if they want to have a positive relationship with the general public, being the people who give them tickets and only tickets is probably not the way to do it. Don't get stopped. You love speeding? I will tell you what, as I love to be the pace car. I'm probably the person that you hate. I do not like speeding at all. Like speeding to me, if you're a civil engineer and you're in here, you probably are in full agreement with me. Half the time, the signals are timed so that you can't make it, specifically so that when you speed, you get stopped. So you can race from light to light to light to light. We have purposely made it so that you can't make it. That is the goal. The goal is to slow you down and make you not make it through that light. Secondly, when you're speeding, what you're not understanding is that by going 5 miles per hour faster, every 5 miles per hour, the lethality of an accident increases significantly. So it might seem like, I got freedom. I get to go a little bit faster. It feels good. But here's the thing, going a little bit faster, you are going to kill somebody if you hit them. The chances that you're gonna kill somebody are significantly higher. So I think about all those sorts of things. So when I'm driving, I am the slowpoke because I don't want to kill somebody. Like you are in a killing machine. You might not think of it as a killing machine, but when you're in your car, if you are ever going to kill someone inadvertently, it's going to be in your car. So like, you gotta respect your vehicle. Respect it for what it is. It's a mode of transportation. It can also be fun, but we also shouldn't turn them into killing machines. You like to go, you just like to sound like you're going fast, but you don't actually want to go fast. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I'll tell you what, we'll have a meetup someday where all I do is take people on rides where I go the speed limit. You can enjoy the pace car, the frustrating pace car. I go 5 over sometimes, but I'm irritating. I will readily admit that. As a police, if you ever like to talk about some of the issues with mandating more traffic enforcement in a city like Madison, you could chat at some point. Right of sorts. I would like that. I really like that. I've had a lot of conversations with police officers about that, though. Like, I think what a lot of people don't realize, and I don't know if this is your experience as well, but in the communities I worked in, I had a weekly meeting with the police department, and they were wonderful to collaborate with. But that was something that we often did not see eye to eye on. I wanted more police enforcement, just of traffic related stuff, because ultimately, there's a certain set of people who, if they don't feel like things are being enforced, all of a sudden they can go as fast as they want. And that enforcement, it'll prevent them from doing it. I saw someone mention the belt line, and you might have experienced this if you're in the Madison area. Sometimes, or I should say often, if you're speeding on the belt line, the police will turn on their lights to let you know that they're there, and then they'll stop. They won't chase after you. So yeah, and there are reasons for that too. I mean, that can also create its own danger, chasing after people to get them to pull over. But you should not be personally pissing off people in your 2-ton object. I mean, I'm not personally pissing people off, I don't think. I think I'm purposely driving a rational speed. I can't control that other people, especially, like, I will see people, like, particularly around where you live, you should be driving a reasonable speed. There are kids around. And when I see people speeding through my neighborhood, for instance, I don't really care how they feel. Like, you lose that argument with me 100 times out of 100. I will upset that person by going close to the speed limit, watching out for pedestrians, slowing down for people who are crossing roads. Like, I don't know what kind of, unless you're giving birth, I don't know what kind of hurry you could be in that is so important that you need to speed through a residential area. I don't get it. You know you shouldn't have bought your killdozer. That is a wild story if you haven't heard of it. That's an arc that people have requested in Magnolia County. And you never know. You never know. What do I think of the wider blocks in Salt Lake City? I think that they're too big, but they offer a lot of opportunities. Opportunities to increase pedestrianism in between them. But I will be readily upfront with you and tell you I have not been to Salt Lake City personally, so I don't. It feels difficult to fully judge Salt Lake City's blocks without having been there. I did meet the planning director, or the one-time planning director. He came in. It was funny. I had this class that was like, I want to say it was like 6 people. And the planning director came in and just like sat down at a little table and spoke with us. Weirdest experience I've had. He was a cool guy, very cool guy, but it was very, very strange. When you were in Arizona, you got to meet the officer that was known as Fridays with Frank. You got to meet his formal boss, Sheriff Lamb. Great meet and greet. So who is Fridays with Frank? I wonder if that's like, there was a guy who, there was a guy in Madison. I never took the Beltline, really. I can't, Beltline Bob? What if he's like Beltline Bob? Every time you drive down Fish Hatch, which is daily, you hear Phil talking about how wide roads encourage speeding. And that's why you never use bike lanes on it. Fish Hatch is a mess. I would never use the bike lanes on Fish Hatch. Thankfully, there are good parallel facilities, but yeah, that Fish Hatch is a mess. Not a good street. Improving, but not currently a good street. And it's one of those roads. It's a state facility, so arguing with the state that they should narrow lanes is very, very tough. Very, very tough. What are my thoughts on roundabouts? They're getting popular in Nebraska. I mean, roundabouts are getting popular in Nebraska because of Wisconsin. So I'm gonna get rid of this. I'll add it. We'll add it back later. I love roundabouts. Roundabouts are fantastic. Roundabouts take a fatal accident and they turn it into a non-fatal accident. They're significantly cheaper in the long run compared to a traffic signal. You know, that's the other thing I noticed. Both, like, when I'm in Chicago, so I flew out of Midway, which, if you've never flown out of Midway, that is an insane airport. In a bad way. The airport's good, but like, whew, you feel like you definitely feel why O'Hare was built. You get it when you're there. It's crazy. But anyway, going up to the airport, just stops, signals everywhere, like an insane number of signals. And it makes me really respect the roundabouts here in Wisconsin because traffic flows so much smoother through them. You've flown in a Midway? You're not prepared for landing in between buildings? Okay. I've got to show this. So I had to look this up after I stayed at Midway. Or after I flew in and out of Midway. Midway, look at this. So here's this airport right in the middle of Chicago. So all of these urbanized blocks all the way around it. It is so urbanized that the streetlights around here, so all of these streetlights have red warning lights on top. So when you go there at night, you see just red lights on the top of there. And then as you're driving down, I think this is Cicero, you have planes that are just like landing right over the top of you. It is terrifying. Or maybe this is Cicero. It is an absolutely, oh, it's right here. This is Cicero because it goes right through the airport. You drive through it when you're going past it. Apparently these are some of the shortest runways at an international airport. Maybe the shortest generally in the US. Apparently the nickname that pilots have for this is the USS Midway because this is like the same runway length as an aircraft as you land on a floating aircraft carrier. It's crazy. It was built in 1920. So when this was built, it was just farm fields around here, and the city thought that they'd be able to expand out, so they didn't acquire enough land around it. So this is the reason why O'Hare was built, is they couldn't expand. So, you know, as much as you'd love to use eminent domain to extend this runway, you're gonna have to acquire, 1,000 properties to do it. So you're just not going to. So very fascinating, just being around here, seeing the way that rail snakes through these areas, how tight it is in some of these locations, how much development is built up around it. I mean, just the rail in general in Chicago. It's just insane. So I stayed, I think, right here at the Fairchild. And as I'm trying to go to sleep, you just hear the screeching of the tires from the airports, or from the airplanes landing on the runways the entire night. I was not prepared for that. I could smell the jet fuel. I'd imagine that the cancer rates all the way around here are like 10 times higher than they should be. People shouldn't be living near this. It's a crazy place to live. It's a crazy place to be. It's not great, but fine airport. Other than that, outside of it being very urban, and when you're landing, it looks like you're going to land on a house. It's crazy. The black lines are tire marks, indeed. I would assume. So yeah. I guess the other thing is, if you're ever wondering if you've placed your airport and city skylines too close to residential, the answer is no, because Midway has homes basically looking at the airport. You could live right here and look at the fence into the airport. You could literally see in. That is crazy. That is a crazy place to live. Yeah, can you imagine living here? Like, when you get this close to it, you can literally smell the jet fuel in the air. It is brutal. It is brutal. I can't imagine it. I can't imagine it. The approach is nuts. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. With some of the crazy airport things going on, it was kind of like a little nerve-wracking. It's like, oh wow, like we're flying out of the craziest little airport in the country, but this is the airport that we could fly. It was relatively inexpensive to fly out here. I think it was like $150 each way per person to fly directly into Savannah. So we had to do it. Apartment starting $1,800 a month. Honestly, probably, which is depressing. Yeah. Sao Paulo airport in Brazil is just like that. Wait. Let's go to Brazil for a moment. There are two things I want to look at here. This and Palma. So this it's very close to residential as well. But I feel like there's a bit of separation. This feels like a rational amount of separation. Like it feels like, yeah, the planes are going over the top of you, but you got some separation there. That seems like the separation. I lived next to the airport in Madison for a time, and it was like this. Not great. You hear it shook. So when I watch a Packer game and I watch it over the air on the antenna, when the airplanes would go over, it would cut out. That's how close I was to the airport at one point in time. But it wasn't like, I'd never experienced an airport like Midway. That was crazy. Sky Harbor? Sky Harbor's huge. Palma. So what we say about Palma is that it feels like a city. That can't be what we were looking at, what we were supposed to be looking at. 6-lane arterials all over the place. I completely screwed it up. Oh, there's 2 airports. So where's the other airport? And which Palma am I supposed to be looking at? Okay, so there's one airport. Where's the other airport? Oh, Palma's with an S. Aha. My guess is you were talking about this airport. This one feels a little less okay. Like if you were right here, you would feel every single plane. Yeah, that's probably the one. This is not the right one either. Hold on. So we're actually supposed to be down here. Oh yeah, this one's way worse. It's actually built up right here. Hold on, let's look at the 3D buildings. Let's get a feel for this. Or not, I don't know if we're gonna get them. Oh man, they had to build up the runways. It looks like a ramp to get over the top of the cars. That is, and look at all that traffic there. That is wild. Wild. Makes you realize how skilled pilots are. I don't know if you, I mean, if you guys think about it, you've had a bad day at work, you've screwed something up. You're a pilot, you're flying into an airport like this. There's zero margin for error. Zero margin at all. Terrifying. I don't know that there's another profession that I have more respect for than air traffic controllers and pilots. I just think it must be such a stressful job to be a pilot. Gotta fly there in flight sim? Maybe someday I'll have to do that. Okay, this is so Palmas is supposed to be, and I'm sorry if I'm making any of you guys not nauseous. This is everyone's first city in City Skylines. I mean, I feel like I've made this roundabout before. Gigantic arterials with no traffic. Love it. What is all this capacity for? There's no one who lives here. It's funny. I feel like Brazil has a lot of master plan communities. And this is one that is just like, why? What's the point? What is, like, I wonder what the story is. I don't mean what's the point as in like, don't plan. I wonder why they felt the need to plan it this much and have this much capacity. That's because it just seems like a crazy amount of capacity. Check out the airport in Gibraltar. That is a legit airport too. I'll look at that one, then we'll get back to the game. Yeah. Oh, it was the fashion at the time. Feels like we were playing GeoGuessr, basically. Okay. So Gibraltar, if you haven't seen the airport here, there's an arterial that goes through it. Gibraltar is a little piece of the UK and Spain. And here's the airport. Absolutely crazy. They have to close the road so that planes can land. Let's see if we can do street view. So there it is. You get a green light to go through here, to drive through the runway. So long as there are no planes. It won't even let me proceed through a street view. It's like, nah. Nope. No dice there. So yeah, runway's right there. Clearly artificial man-made runway, but Gibraltar is tiny. So it's a city-state. That's part of the UK. It's right here. And what it's known for, if you've played Civ, the Rock of Gibraltar. So you get your if it's Civ 5, you get your economic bonus. Five gold coins. And if you're Spain, where is it? I like to play as Spain, so I get 10. So I guess that's probably the Spanish dream, to take Gibraltar back. And I always do it. I think it's right here. I'm not 100% sure. But anyway, yes. Hello from Istanbul. Hello. I will check out your massive airport at some point, but now I'll get back. I'll get back. We'll spend all day looking at Earth, and I could, but I have a couple things I want to accomplish. First of all, we've been letting this run as the highway is disconnected. That's not great. More airport. You guys want to look at more airports? Well, we've introduced. Phil makes an hour-long PowerPoint as a beginning segment. Maybe we'll make tooling around Google Earth another thing that we do on the regular, because I do enjoy it. You're open for an airport stream? I feel like if we're gonna do an airport stream, I also need to have I need to also be playing Flight Sim. Like I know that every now and then, or I guess maybe every now and then is not the right way of putting it. I'm not sure how often Moose is still doing it, but I know that Moose plays a bit of Flight Sim. Maybe I just need to do that. Yeah, you heckin' love Flight Sim. It's good. I know that I've said positive things in the past about Game Pass, but I just got rid of it. I realized that we were basically using Game Pass for Minecraft, which is the dumbest reason to have Game Pass, and that made me Microsoft's. I think I was Microsoft's favorite Game Pass subscriber, and I decided to become their least favorite by unsubscribing. Oh, check gifted. Oh my goodness, Lenny, dude. Lenny. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. That is insane. Thank you so much, dude. Wild. Thank you for all the support. Super cool of you. Z Janitor, thank you so much for the 3 months of Prime. Thank you for all the videos. Thank you. Lenny, dude, that is ridiculous. Thank you. Are there any metro stations supporting multiple lines? Yes. Above ground, for sure. Just Panad, just got home from a shift. Glad to see me streaming. Thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate you. Cowboy Skid, thank you for the Prime. QZ, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, dude. I'm sorry that I missed it an hour ago. I've been in the zone. QZ, thank you for all the support. Mark Gordon, thank you for becoming an associate planner on YouTube. QZ, thank you for the 14 months of tier 1 too. How's it going? Happy to finally be here. Going well. Ben, you missed the PowerPoint, QZ. You got back from taking a shower. Well, I'm glad that I waited. That's all. Zeta, I want you to hold that thought. I desperately want to fill land uses in here, and I'm gonna do it. So I'm gonna hold off on anything else until I get some of this filled in. And I say that because it's 11 my time. I need to go pick up a birthday. So chat, this is gonna be between us. My wife's not here. She doesn't know. I might not have a birthday cake yet. Because I was gone, I could not get a gift. I could not get an order in. I didn't do it while I was in Savannah. And I don't want to go to a grocery store for the cake. Yeah, I know. So if I get my kids up, my wife is going for a run. She has this running group. She's going to be gone till 9:30. If I can get my kids out the door, there's a place that they make birthday cakes. Yeah, I'm going to go to a bakery at 8 a.m. right when they open, and I'm going to get a cake. I got to get the cake. If I can't get a cake, if I wake up late, then I have to make a cake. And I am not a very good baker. So I am very motivated to go to bed at a reasonable hour so I can wake up at 8 and buy a cake. What's the bakery? There's a couple of different ones. Basically, a lot of the best bakeries, at least near me, are by Willie Street. So on the Isthmus, and I'm gonna basically hit up one of the bakeries there. So it's like Madison Sourdough, I hear, is very good ones. I usually The bakery I usually like to go to for cakes is there's a bakery called Batch Bakehouse. But there's no way I can get it there. And I screwed it up last year too. That's the other thing. This would be my second year in a row screwing up the cake, and I don't want to do it again. I'm better than that, than screwing up the cake twice in a row. Madison sourdough is Union too. All the better, all the better. I've also heard that all of their cakes. So my mother-in-law can't eat gluten, and I've heard that all of their cakes are gluten-free. So that's another good thing. Batch has her favorite cake. Their chocolate cake is amazing, but you have to order 72 hours in advance for both of them. And Batch doesn't have, at least I don't think they make cakes unless you request them. And I know that Madison sourdough does. So I'll just basically be going up and down Willie Street like a madman trying to find a cake. That's gonna be my goal. They did your wedding cake phenomenal. My wife said that she went there for breakfast at one point, and it was amazing. And when I mentioned going to Madison sourdough to my 8-year-old, she knew what it was, and she was like, "I went there with Grandma, and I got toast, and it was the best toast I've ever had." So we'll see. Have I been to Lolly Ocean? Yes. Yes. You can't not go there if you live in Madison. It's amazing. It's the one that was on Man vs. Food. Okay, now here's where I could screw this up, and I'm real nervous because I put this grid together and it's great. Now I need to fill it in. So a lot of the buildings look very historic. I think I'm gonna use the northeastern one. Best toast an 8-year-old has ever had. She's a good judge of toast. She loves toast. I am all in. We're doing it. We're getting the cake. When's the cooking stream? How about a grilling stream? I'm actually not that far from my grill. It'd be easy to do a grilling stream. I slow cook things. Like if you want to, if it's a cooking stream, it's going to be me slow cooking roasts for 8 to 10 hours in a crock pot. So I'll be searing things for a while. Then I'll be adding a whole bunch of soup and veggies and then just slow cooking. I'm guessing that's not all that exciting to you. You love your crock pot? My crock pot is the most important cooking gadget outside of the air fryer. The air fryer's replaced it as the most important. Okay. This is going to be kind of our main drag right here. And I'm gonna have a few of these, but I'm gonna alternate. I have no demand though, and I'm not sure if this is the patch. I'm gonna kind of go through and just do like a number of 4-unit deep blocks and fill things in as I have to. So if the blocks are broken like this, I can just clone buildings. I just don't know when I'm gonna have the demand for it. I might just juice it. Force some people in here. Save. Thank you. Mid-endish. Thank you for the reminder to save. I actually don't know. Yeah, I don't have autosaves on. I should. I was recording city tours earlier. On the nerdy side, Slaps. It is a good one. I dig it. This whole album is awesome. I just got everything ready with it, and I'm gonna be sending it for Monday, and hopefully it'll be up next week. Why more people not zoning? They want high density residential. Well, there's one more thing that I wanted to build. And I think we're going to build it right here. It's high density residential. I'm not supposed to be able to build it. But we'll build the Imperial Heights. I think we'll do it. This will hopefully soak up some of that high density residential demand, and this will kind of be similar to, was it Yaka? I'm saying it wrong. Well, Anarchy. This, just so you guys know, this building attracts an absolutely insane number of vehicles, and we're just gonna live that life right now and see what happens. Also, we'll live the move it lifestyle. And disrespect the topography. We won't worry about it. Everything's fine. You guys didn't see anything. I always respect the topography, especially right now. That was great. There we go. Let's, oh. I'm going to pause it. I want to build an interchange right here. Just a real quick one, and watch this thing fail immediately. It's going to be awesome. Yamakra Village. Yeah, that's basically the same thing. The only difference is if I were making Yamakra, I would go maybe like a couple more deep. So, but each one of these 720 residents, and there's no parking. So I think it's going to load up parking for half of the grid. It's going to be kind of hilarious to look at. So pausing it because we need to let people into this area. So we'll add some quick and dirty ramps right here. You can't wait for them to clog the interchange? Me too. So my hope is that this causes the people to quickly move in. We'll get our demand back. We'll watch this fail. It'll be fun. And then we'll finally get to zone things that we actually want to zone. We're also going to make some really ugly junctions right here. I really don't like that these aren't at 90s. That's so unrealistic. No. What's unrealistic? The grading? I wouldn't say so. Or having this many low rent housing units side by side. Also no. This junction could exist. It wouldn't get built today, but lots of these sorts of places exist in the real world. There we go. Sometimes those get really ugly and broken. Your college dorm was right in the direct path of planes descending into the airport. The anxiety. It's one of those things that I think is really disturbing at first, and you'd be surprised how quickly you get used to it. Like, it's reasonably, when I lived closer to the airport, my main concern was legitimately, and this is gonna sound, it's so stupid, but it seemed like planes would always land during the Packer game, and it really pissed me off. It's one of those stupid things where it's like, they're about to score, and of course a plane's gonna land, and now I gotta miss, you know, the touchdown. So, priorities, I know. Oh, brutal. I gotta redo it. It's not letting me keep a node there. Somehow we are doing intersections. Well, it's not pretty, but we're doing it. Oh, shoot. I was in the wrong tool. I'm going to keep it anyway. I meant to be in the compound curve tool, and I wasn't. Not the end of the world, though. In fact, now I can just use... There we go. And then I want to make sure that we have extra turn lanes. That folks can get in there, and coming from here, we'll do the exact same thing. All right. And now, let the mayhem begin. I'm probably going to make these a little bit longer. These are a little bit short. A little bit short. Okay. Have I done a lot of traveling across the US? Not as much as I would like, but more than some. I don't know. So I've lived in California, Colorado, and Wisconsin, and been in basically every state that surrounds them. I've never been to the Northeast. I don't know why I've never been to the Northeast. I just haven't. I've been to the Southeast. I've been to the South. I've been basically everywhere out West. I don't know why I've never been to the Northeast. Never been to Alaska. Never been to Hawaii. So yeah, not as much traveling as I would like. I'm a city planner. Never been in New York City. No. I mean, New York City is interesting. It's a place that, like, if you're a planner, you're going to be steeped in New York City planning lore, because you know Jane Jacobs and Robert Moses. You're gonna hear it all. But I've never personally been there, and I guess I haven't really felt like. I'm missing out either. Like it would never be all that applicable to what I've planned for. I feel more like visiting a place like Charleston would be much more useful for what I've planned for personally. You know, visiting, I don't know, New Orleans, you know, places like that where maybe I could draw more parallels. It's not that I don't like a city like New York City. I really want to see New York City. But it's never been one of those. It's been like, I've got to get here right away. Europe's the other one place. Like I've wanted to, like, I felt like going to Europe was much more important for me as a planner, than going to New York City. So yeah, but I do want to get to New York. I feel it's one of the things that's been challenging. My wife's already been there, so I think she's like been there, done that. I'd like to go to someplace I've never been. So if I go there, I have to have a reason, and I haven't had a reason. So we'll see someday. As a planner, you feel the same way about New York City, but you want to check out the High Line. Yeah. It's a weird thing. Like, I'm glad that you feel the same way. It's not just me. Like, super respect New York City. Super want to check it out at some point. Not ever going to be all that applicable to what I'm doing, I don't think. It's just, you know, the greatest city in America. So clearly I'd like to go. It's just one of those things. ML Buick Productions, glad to catch me on a live. Usually watch these things after the fact. They like the layout. This layout is 100% Savannah. I can't take any credit for it. I'm starting to modify things a little bit just to my liking, but it's Savannah. It's I probably should go through and make sure that all of the roundabouts around these parks make sense. And maybe we start to add some. Let's start some of the landscaping while we're waiting. Still zero demand for anything outside of industrial, office, and commercial. I guess I could do some of the Northeast US. The thing is, they have this it's that public market asset. It's the one that makes me want to plop these exclusively because it spawns in and it'll spawn in like 4 times and look ridiculous. And I'm guessing we're going to see anytime there's a 4x4, there's a chance. That's not it. There it is. There's one of them. There's another one. It's one of my favorite assets in the game, and also you can't have it more than once. It feels like it should be a signature building, truthfully. Yeah, Moose, you love that asset. It's such a clutch asset. In Saguna Beach, in the most recent one, the one thing I'll give away is it spawned in twice, and I ended up placing it once. But like, to me, this looks like a service station that is like been hipstered out. And you can't have more than one. It's like the Fedora guy. You can't have more than one Fedora guy. This is the Fedora guy. In my crew of guys, there's a Fedora guy. And I could never be the Fedora guy because of him. And we got 2 Fedora guys here. Now, can't do it. Job ability affects residential. It does. It does. I've been reluctant because I want to redo this mess over here. But we also got rid of a whole bunch of industrial. So you're probably right. I probably just need to... I keep saying that this is temporary, but I'll just do it. Temporary, ugly industrial. We'll have a stream where we focus on the industrial. I hate to concentrate it like that. I really want to mix it in. I want to figure that out. I feel like I don't do a good job of that. I feel, honestly, now that we have this, I almost want to bring like this train yard and put it right here and try to tuck it away back here with some warehouses and have that be a feature of this river. Like, so we have this and we'll have a nice waterfront for part of this, but part of this is going to be industrial in nature. And maybe that's why we don't have, you know, why we have some of these uses over here is, you know, workers for some of these industrial uses along here. And maybe some of this breaks down as well, and we don't have the nice Savannah grid. You have high density housing, some surface parking. Honestly, well, there's a little bit. We've got these couple of parking lots right here. Honestly, what I think we need to do and then I will snag something like that. Maybe this gets bigger and hides us a bit. There were lots of parking structures like this in Savannah that were just kind of like right there. If we wanted to make it feel a little bit more blended into this area, we could have tucked it in the middle, but good enough. It'll get a lot of use right here. It's fine. Given the amount of residents and the city itself, surface is the way to go. Yeah, so I think that this is going to be basically, this entire area is going to be mid-rise. So I think that we are going to need structured parking along with every single surface that we can, surface lot that we can get. But I don't want to muddy up this area with any more. I guess I don't want to add much more than what we already have. The street surface parking lot looking thing. What's everyone drinking right now? I finally cracked the beer, and I'm drinking that. Chocolate oat milk. Oh, someone caught the name of the song. Moose, this is the one. This is the one. Yes, this is the one, Moose. Okay. Why are people in this city sad? Unreliable mail service. You know what? You know what? We just got to play the game a bit. I'm going to do a couple of things. I am going to move this because I really want to. But then along with this, I think I'm going to add a lot of post office. So these are supposed to go, the city service buildings, it's hilarious. They're supposed to go in these little tiny blocks that we have here, these 2x2s. The only way that I could do that would be to remove parking. Honestly, I'm kind of here for it. So if we're following Savannah's plan, this is where this goes. We just say that this is a city serving use. This will make people less happy or less unhappy. You've got unreliable mail service. Well, now you have one post office to serve every single home in the community. What else? Don't worry about the fire, guys. Don't worry about the fire. The fire doesn't matter. It's fine. We'll get by. We'll Verde Beach it. We're fine. Couple mailboxes to solve all of our mail needs here. Making sure we're not putting them on arterials. Not even close. That's where I screwed up. I should have had this closer to the arterial. Okay. Good enough coverage. We have zero processing happening. What if that's temporary? Temporary, because it feels like I don't know why this wouldn't be processing anything. One vehicle in use. Ah, there it is. We had to wait for that. Okay, we had to get mail. Now it's gonna go crazy. Perfect. The fire's necessary. The fire is a necessary evil of watching one of these streams. Don't worry about the fire. I don't know where it went. It's gone. We're not worried. Massive industrial buildings. I think I'm gonna add some back here. I think we're gonna add some industrial. I'm gonna add the train lines first though, because these kind of frame everything. And then I think I want to manually plop some warehouses facing Pacific. However, I want to hide them. So do something like that with the commercial. Satiate some of that need. And let's see. Let's see. You love the Taiwan assets, but you can't use those European South Asian trains. I always forget to specify the train. I can't forget to do that this time, but I always forget to. It's something that don't know why. So what's wrong with those trains? Are they just not as nice looking, or in your opinion? Yeah, the anarchy is when you use Taigon's rail assets, you have to play with anarchy on, otherwise you can't place the tracks as close as they need to be. But it's also like creating all sorts of problems with the trees, so not a big deal. Easy enough to fix. But yeah. We'll have to use a little bit of move it to clean everything up. This is where fire becomes necessary. Yeah, that's exactly it. If we only had fire, we wouldn't have had to clear these trees. But of course, because we have some fire protection, not a lot, but we have some, we had to clear trees. Next time we'll be more prepared. We'll get rid of the fire department. You suggested Savannah's grid on Blue Sky? I totally missed it. I have been the last little while just very difficult to reach. And for anyone who's tried to reach me over the last little while, including you, Moose, I am deeply sorry. I basically decided that I was going to finish Sagunda Beach no matter what. And I worked on it nonstop. And now it's good. So now I can talk again and I can read again. How do I use that Control H with Move It? You've not been able to figure out. So you just have to select either nodes, or use manipulation mode and select the purple nodes. Either way, but then you can select the first node. You have to be really. You have to get used to it, but once you figure it out, it's not that bad. It takes a little while though. Okay, 1 second. I want to make sure as best I can that we stay at about a 2% grade. And that I have constant slope on. Oof. So I think. So now I want to. I'll explain what I'm doing now because I don't think I've done that really well. So I came through here with Move It. I don't have a node here, so if I wanted to be able to level this, this is my closest node. I can either add a node and then control H this node, or control H my new node to this. That would help me level things out. I don't want to do that. So I'm going to go into manipulation mode because then I can grab these smaller nodes and maybe make these work. I don't know if it's actually going to, but there's a ton more places that I can attempt to control H2. I could also just move things up manually. The problem is with these nodes, there are multiple control points that are actually controlling things. So it ends up being a lot more fiddly. And I feel like I make many more mistakes. And then we have jiggly trains and things of that nature. But with enough playing, I can usually make it work. And that's not so bad. That's not so bad. There we go. I don't know that that is the most realistic solution. I also think it is perfectly fine. Soul Train, you don't like the people walking on the train track. So as far as I know, that is not a bug. That is by design. I dislike it as well. I feel like they kind of got to go back to the drawing board on that one. I get why it's happening. So the reason why these folks are leaving this way is they're moving away. And, you know, Robert Easton over here has decided, you know what? This city sucks, and I'm willing to take a long walk down the train track to get to Ramsey. That's fine. And I will brave the train going past me. I feel like there's got to be a better way. There's got to be a better way. You kind of like that? It's real dumb. I will agree that it's real dumb. I don't know that I like it. It to me, it's one of those things where there was a real problem with the game, and they had to find a solution, and this was a solution that was available to them and very easy. I would rather have this than a homelessness problem. I guess I'll put it that way. So if having this silly solution means that we no longer have homelessness, I'm here for it. I would much prefer that they took a reasonable way out of town. I do like that I can solve it though. If I would have placed some sort of a bus route out of town and I made it free, they're not gonna walk. So I could solve it. I just haven't cared enough to do it yet. You missed Thanos snapping them away? I mean, it was fun. You still can. Not one at a time. Like, I could decide that this person's no longer there. Peace. You're gone. I wish it was a little more dramatic when they just disappear. I want it to feel more gratifying. I want them to fade away. That would feel better. Not just a boom, you're gone. Oh. Oh no. I can't even control Z this one. And this is why, besides you're risking crashing, this is why you shouldn't move it for things that you don't need to move it for. I've earned this. I have earned this, and I will pay the price. Oh no. You know what? It's fine. This is how I end up staying up forever, messing with stuff like this. Lumpies and bumpies. I know. Z hurts your ears. I mean, it's all I know. I know that most people use Zed. I just can't. It's like metric system. I just never learned it. If I didn't learn it, I can't do it. To me, Zed sounds weird too. Isn't Zed what Canadians say for Z? And like everyone else in the world? Except for Americans? Okay. Here we go. That looks good. I dig it. Back here. We'll just ignore the game's desires. Oh, great town. Gets us hotels and high density businesses. Don't care about any of that. What I care about are warehouses. And we've got 3 units. I'm going to go with 2. Depth 2, and then I'll just kind of spray these things back here. What I miss from Find It in CS1 is the ability to randomly place buildings. So sick. I hope that gets added at some point. That was a very helpful feature. That's not how language works. Hugh, good to see you in here, buddy. You don't say the letter's name. How do you say W? W-indo? W-indo? I'm missing some spicy language talk. That's why I love chat. That's why you guys are awesome. Pacific Lane needs some more parking for sure. You don't think that our parking situation's ideal? I think this is great. I think the only thing that this is missing is the full Savannah treatment. We'll add some palm trees and vary the age up a little bit. And then we'll add flowers in between. And then once we do that, then don't worry about parking, chat. No one cares about parking. No one living here is concerned about parking. That's a you problem, not a them problem. They're finding their parking. They might like this to be taller, but we have a height restriction. So we're not going any higher than the 4 stories there. They're just going to have to deal with that. That's the city planner talking. And that's exactly how you address the public too. You just say, you know what? Height restriction. Deal with it. Not my problem. Not my problem. Hot dog, hello. How are you doing tonight? I had a hot dog tonight and a brat. You're doing, how are you doing? Vainglorious. I'm doing very, very well. You actually have a second song too, if you didn't see it already. I'm probably gonna switch to a different album in a second, but you earned this one with the last GeoGuessr. So, which I'm starting to feel like I'm gonna keep doing this until I get so tired that I go to sleep. I don't know if GeoGuessr is gonna happen because I am having a lot of fun. Needs more Spanish moss. Yeah, this is okay. This is where we need Mr. Mason. Like, I don't think I really got the live oaks the way that I was supposed to. And Mr. Mason's live oaks from CS1 are just like exactly what Savannah needs. If the Savannah grid here needs. we have recolor in here, I think. 'Cause I need to have lots of color here. Like, we can't have just a little bit. We have to have a lot of color. So basically, I think I have the ability to recolor all of these. So I'm recoloring the entire set. So instead of having the green, I want some green, but I don't want it to be overwhelming. Oh, yeah. Look at that. I think that's the spot where it hits. Where we get a little bit of green, that middle one right there. Isn't that nice? Too bad I can't plant the Palo Verde trees. Yeah. That would be nice. It hurts. I'm in a desert. I am in a desert. We're gonna water the median. Planter Duck, I know that I'm killing you right now. Should I also put grass underneath here to make it feel like we're watering the median? The Colorado is right there. Radioactive bushes. So the colors look great to me. You're saying they're too bright. So should I do something like this? Lighten it? Is that more reasonable? I did say LA was an inspiration for me as a planner, indeed. Although I lived in Denver, where the water police were also an inspiration. I remember the water police very vividly. I had a neighbor who just loved to use water that they weren't allowed to use. Apparently the fines were worth it to them. We're going all the way down. Yes, grass, keep the color. Griffin, I think that's where I'm at. I think we're in the desert and we're gonna do something egregious. We're gonna care so much about these medians that we have ridiculous amounts of landscaping right in the center. What part of LA was I in? You're in the valley. I was in Encino, off White Oak, and I worked in Woodland Hills. My best friends lived in Sherman Oaks and Tarzana. I went to school in Northridge. I worked in Northridge. I was all about the valley while I was there. And then I lived in West LA for a while. And I worked for a long time in Beverly Hills. Obviously couldn't live there. That's part of why I became a planner. Is like, why do all of these workplaces exist where nobody lives? And then you learn the history of it and start to understand why. Ventura Boulevard for life? Seriously. Love Ventura Boulevard. Thoughts on the new 405 transit line, monorail or subway? I am unaware of what's going on. I should catch up. Is that the option? It feels like monorail would be so out of the realm of possibility. Like just like the imagination required for it. I feel like most people aren't thinking about that. Monorail's incredibly expensive indeed. I mean, the 405 is a very narrow corridor though. So I guess maybe there really is no space to do anything. Going underneath it seems like a real problem. I guess I would be less surprised to see some sort of train structure above it or on Sepulveda or something. 405 sucks. Gonna be a tough project. Yeah, I was there So I interviewed with LA County during Carmageddon, and I blame Carmageddon for me not getting back to LA. I was crushed, just crushed. I flew back in from Wisconsin because I was like, you know what? I just love LA. I'm going to be in LA. It doesn't matter. I'm going to make it happen. And I interviewed, and I was running on basically no sleep. And it just like they don't want to hear, like you don't want to go into a job interview and be like, hey, the reason I look like insane right now is Carmageddon. If you guys didn't have Carmageddon right now, why is that sinking down? Or is it the baby version? Yeah, I can't blame Carmageddon, basically. I knew that wasn't going to work. So I just didn't get the job. I was very sad. Very, very sad. I can't tell if it's just always giving me the baby version. It is. Huh. I don't know why that's happening. Carmageddon, basically, they decided to shut down the 405 for an evening. Sorry, I should have explained that. They decided to shut down the 405 for an evening. And it just so happened to be the evening that I was there. And it was widely publicized that they were going to be doing this. So I had a rental car because it's LA. And what else are you going to do to get around? At least, especially at that time. And I hopped on the 405 and I didn't realize it was happening. And I got trapped. I sat there for hours as I watched them put a bridge in. I think it was I don't know if it was Mulholland, but they were putting a bridge in real time. Hold on. Sorry for the motion. I know that it's jarring. So the 405 is this highway right here that cuts through the mountains. And basically, I flew in LAX, hopped on, went past my old house right over here, and then got to here and got trapped. And what I think was happening, I don't fully recall. I want to say this bridge structure was being replaced. And they were going to do it in an evening. Like it was already pre-constructed and they just had to bring it into place. And they shut down the entire highway. They shut the whole thing down. There was no way to get around. They were using this as a staging area for all their construction equipment. And they were just told not to go there. But if you didn't know about this, you lined up and there was nowhere to turn around. So I just got trapped. And I remember like people turning off their cars and just being like, oh my God. I'm stuck. Like, there's no way for me to move. I eventually got to my friend's house who was in Woodland Hills, which is way over here. And I stayed at his place. And then I had to be back in downtown LA in the morning at like 8 in the morning. So at that point, it would have just been like, I don't know. I didn't have any money, so I couldn't have afforded a hotel. But I had to be somewhere in downtown. It was a mess. I got there, did the interview, tanked it. The rest is history. Back in Wisconsin. How was I stuck for? I don't know, like 4 or 5 hours. It was ridiculous. It was such an insane amount of time. I just remember thinking like, how is this real life? Like, I just flew across the country and I was living in Marshfield, Wisconsin, which is by no major airports. So to get to an airport, I had to drive like 3 hours. And then I get to LA and I get stuck for 5 after my long flight. LA is such a planning disaster. It's not actually. It's LA is the victim of the auto industry. Unfortunately. LA is actually it's sprawling. But at one point, it had it had streetcars and lots of public transit. And with the layout, there's actually the potential of having incredible transit, but you have to get people to buy in and you have to make massive investments. And that's really tough. Really tough. Panama City Beach is a real planning disaster. I would agree with that. When I was there, I was like, oh my goodness, how could a place that is a tourism destination have so few sidewalks? People parking all over the place. Some of the uses that were right on the coast made no sense to me. Still cleaning up from disasters and putting up new buildings that were clearly going to be washed away by the next hurricane. Insane. LA is so sprawling because of the old streetcar network. Used to be the largest transit system in the world. Exactly. Planner Duck. And that's why the arterial network is spaced appropriately to reestablish that at some point. I don't know how you do it though. Very expensive. It also means if you've ever taken a bus in LA, though it's slow, they're very easy to navigate because of the roadway network there, the Jeffersonian grid, the arterials being laid out perfectly where the streetcars used to be. Very easy to navigate. I found learning driving around LA to be very simple. Affording it was my problem. It's faster to drive than take a subway, though. That's sad. Which one are you talking about? The ramp looks a little backed up. Wait, you think that this is a problem? I think that people are finally deciding that our community is exceptional and deciding to take the one way into this city to go live at one of these units. Like this, only 27 or 28 people living there. These are still filling up. That's our problem. Until these are filled in, things are going to be absolutely crazy here. The projects, indeed. Need to densify vertically. We have a 4-story height restriction here, though, so we can't do that. So that'll be an issue for us. This area will be 100% mid-rise. Looks like something burned down there in the old city. Oh, just a couple of small buildings. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about over here. I feel like we should probably add. There are a couple of things I'm going to do. I don't know how far we're going to get on this. It's midnight my time. I'm going to add a couple of parks to our plazas. I kind of want to customize all of these though, so I'm reluctant to add too many, but we need some function, so maybe right here I'll add one. And then I want to add one more reliever out of here. And I'll probably take Maple Street here and connect it across. So those are going to be the things I focus on. Because right now, I think all these people are dying and getting stuck here because we've got one road with 1,000 stoplights. Probably another thing to do is get rid of most of the stoplights. I wouldn't think that maybe these ones would be warranted. I'm not going to worry about it. GeoGuessr when. I've got to be facing some class action lawsuits due to my approach to fire safety. I think you're probably right. You know, we added a little bit of postal coverage here. It made people somewhat happy. But maybe we add a little bit of fire coverage and police coverage over here and remove some more parking. Let's see. Actually, oh, we'll make it work. Okay, this is actually gonna work for us. So I'll use the one way here, Savannah style. The one way that we don't know why it's this direction. That, oh my goodness, that's identical to the one that we looked at, where it has the one way and parking on both sides. That's perfect. That's perfect. And we'll do the same thing with fire coverage. What is the smallest one that we have? That's, I feel like the Ghostbusters fire station is actually too small. My city is reminding you of St. George, Utah. I feel like it's pretty disjointed right now, but it's starting to come together a little bit. There's a gigantic grid and nothing actually, no land uses, but we're getting there. CS2 is boring. When's GeoGuessr coming? I don't know that we're doing GeoGuessr, Bob the Builder. I'm going to disappoint you tonight. You remove literally hundreds of pedestrian crossings in your city. They look so bad on every single road. Yeah, I wish the logic behind pedestrian crossings was a little bit different. It feels like the default option is just when in doubt, throw one in there. And there's just too many of them. I am wondering. So for anyone who's jumping in, this is the plan for Savannah, Georgia. And we're supposed to have residential and commercial uses in the larger quadrant. So this right here is one of our planning blocks. So residential, commercial, mixed use sort of things right here. These are supposed to be our city serving uses. So our police stations, fire departments, things of that nature. They're 2 by 5 units. So nothing fits there. We have our Ghostbusters fire station. That'll fit there. We were able to sneak this thing in. For our post office, we just kind of got rid of the road. We just broke the grid, which was fine. But now as I look at the rest of these, they're all just like a little bit too big. So I'm going to try to just like force it. So I'll use move it. The joy of move it, the ability to just bend things to your will. So maybe if I do something like, oh, it's too deep too. I'm just gonna try to just, if I get rid of enough of the asset, maybe it works. I think that works. I think we live with it. There, Gary. We fight fire here now. It's not the most beautiful asset with relation to what we're going to be putting around here, but I think it's going to work fine. I don't think I could have kept the trees. I feel like they were overlapping the sidewalk too much. And if I want trees here, I think that the play is just to add them to the side of the road like this. I think that that's the move. And I'll even desert it up, and I could place a couple of my own as well. Not opposed to that. The river's on fire. Don't worry about that. It's the other side. We're good. As long as it doesn't jump across, we're good. We're good. Songs giving you 80s movie vibes. There are a couple of tracks in here that feel very 80s to me, and I dig it. I dig it. You're a geologist, so you get it. I want to know. I don't want to get the actual river was on fire. We'd have Cleveland. I don't think it does that anymore, but it used to. Now we're good. SimCity Jazz on Master Plan Music when? I've actually, so I tried to do a little bit of inspiration from SimCity a couple of albums back. Felt like it just didn't work. Yeah, exactly. Maybe in the future again. I want to do row homes here, facing in. So I'm lining up the zoning, but still no demand. Just unlimited demand for low density. I'll add a bunch over here, but I'm not happy about it. Lower my home insurance. It lowers your home insurance to have a hydrant that close. Proven with Gary when? Now. Time for you to get JD. Good to see you, buddy. Reformatted an old laptop, so you're gonna turn it into a Plex server. Nice. Enjoy. It's been a minute since I've had Plex. I've been rolling with MB because I've been doing it all through Synology. What I need to do is figure out how to sideload Jellyfin. I think Jellyfin's the play, but I haven't had time. You love this game so much, no matter what settings you choose, it would crash your desktop. If it was doing that before, you should check it now. Things are a lot better than they were before. It was pretty bleak for a time there, but it's gotten a lot better. Even I, for the longest time, I was not experiencing all the crashing issues that everyone else was, but eventually they got to me too. Okay, here's where I should have been using art. We're gonna call a mulligan on literally everything I just did, because it was a mistake. If you guys aren't using this mod, it's basically the zoning toolkit, but fixed. Just allows me to go through and just like turn off zoning on some of these streets. I should have been doing this because I want to focus the zoning basically on the streets that are facing the Savannah grid. This should do the trick. And now I should be able to fairly quickly zone things in. But the unfortunate thing is I have some of the zoning facing Mulligan Boulevard, and it's kind of breaking things up in a couple of spots, but it's fine. This mod is called Art. Yeah, it's the replacement for zone. Well, it's not the replacement for zoning toolkit, but it does the same thing. Advanced road tools. Highly recommend it. I like if you're using zoning toolkit, get rid of it and use this one. Way more stable. And they plan on adding more tools to it, like the parallel road tool. So if you've been missing that from CS1, This is where it'll happen. Okay, so hopefully this brings some of our demand back. It's rough. It's really rough. You keep hearing Art and thinking it's Albuquerque Rapid Transit, the city's BRT. As a California native, the flower median isn't unreasonable. You're using the trees to provide shelter for the water there. You live in a desert, and we have medians like that, but with oak trees. Oak-like trees. Okay, good. I'm hoping that the buildings are also big enough. That's the buildings on fire. It's the trees on the other side. I'm hoping that the buildings are big enough to kind of provide a bit of shade as well. We'll have to see. It seems like it's going to be a while before we ever get to that. Thankfully, it's... No, these aren't even close to filling in. I went a little hard on the low rent housing, and it's still going to take a while to fill in. I think it's a good thing I'm not a firefighter. We would have some problems. We would certainly have some problems, and we don't have any helicopters. I guess. Okay, chat. We've got a little bit of money. Let's see if we can afford this or not. We can. It'll be half of our money. And it'll be all of our time. This has to be close to the water. It makes no sense anywhere else. They all immediately fly directly out of here. Perfect. We're okay. We're not really making money anymore, but I agree, guys. It was the right call. We needed this, even if it is kind of in the water. Okay. I'm good with this. I'm good with this. You don't mean this as an insulting way, but am I ever not frustrated with how slow? But are you ever not frustrated with how slow I build? No. I mean, I feel like I've been building this pretty quickly relative to how fast I normally build. I feel like the faster I build, the less personal things feel, if that makes any sense, and the builds don't feel quite as nice. So I guess I would prefer to build a little bit more slowly. When I do get frustrated, I'd say, like, I'll have people say, like, do you wish that Magnolia County was bigger? I don't know. I think it's fine. I've wanted to get to use some of the bigger assets, and I haven't been able to do that simply because of how slowly I build. Some of that's been frustrating. Some of it's also like, it's fine. Things take time. I've always wanted my builds to last longer. So I don't know. I guess I'm not overly concerned about it. Quality over speed. Yeah, I feel like the speed I've been building at is my Verde Beach lesson. Like, I just built really quickly in Verde Beach, and there were areas that just never turned out correct as a result. And I don't like the idea of just, like, I know that some people will do it, and I've done it in the past, like just spring a downtown up out of nothing. I don't want to do that anymore. So to not do that, it's just gonna take me a long time. Like, there are going to be some people, you know, and honestly, I'd probably be a smarter YouTuber if I made a new city every 50 episodes, I could tell you right now that if I have my way, Magnolia County will go for 200. And that is just simply because I want to keep iterating and expanding in a very slow and deliberate way, and then changing things as I see fit. It'll just take a long time. And I feel like most people, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but they play City Skylines very slowly and deliberately, focusing on very small things and not spawning gigantic things. Like, I think that what I'm doing right here, ideally, I'd probably start out with even smaller buildings than this and rezone them over time. I don't know. You down for 200 Magnolia County episodes? I'm glad, because there will be a lot. It's funny, too, because Segunda Beach is going so much faster. Like, at the end of episode 9 now, it's 33-ish thousand population, which is like, Magnolia County is 100 and 110, 120. So much slower. You feel like CS2 is more enjoyable when you focus, do things like more intentional development? I agree. I completely agree. You play fast, but you need to learn to slow down. QZ, playing fast has its benefits. Like, especially, I guess it depends on what kind of builder you are. If you are a fan of building gigantic infrastructure projects, like one of the reasons I think Infrastructurist is one of the greatest builders to watch is Infrastructurist. I feel like a lot of the projects that they're building lead up to the massive infrastructure projects that they want to take on. And if that is what you're playing for, if that's what your goal is, you kind of have to build fast. And then so you get to the payoff of building a big infrastructure project. But if you're trying to think of like a story for a place, you've kind of got to build very slow. And it's all about the kind of build that you want to take on and the way that you want to build. I'm just a slow builder. Start sloppy, then fix infrastructure later. I think that's the way I do it as well. Daniel, when will I get back to Clearwater County? Soon. I think I was waiting for kind of some of this travel to be gone and all the region packs. So it's going to happen very soon, this month or next. I want to be very clear that going back to Magnolia County or going back to Clearwater County doesn't mean starting a bunch of new builds. It means ending it properly. So it means that I'm going to be basically saying goodbye to it with a look back at every episode. It's probably going to be the only video I put out that week, and it'll be probably like shorter than you'd hope, but it'll take me a long time, and it'll be a fitting end. You need more tall buildings in Magnolia County. So those are supposed to be in Paradise Bay. We haven't played in Paradise Bay, and I don't even know how long. And that's supposed to be the big city. We're not getting there yet. And now I want to change everything in Paradise Bay. Like, I want to put the basically I want to take what we did in Bailey and do that all throughout Paradise Bay. So I've created new problems. I want to place a medical clinic. I'm going to have to break the rules and place it along. I think I've got to break the rules. We're going to place it along one of these arterials going through here. I think something like the corner of Maple and the couplet. Good access. Maybe I'll focus it away from both. So we still get the access from both without facing it directly. The only thing I don't love is we have one ways here. I guess they can turn this way. Yeah, they have full access. It's fine. That's fine. This will be the solution here. I don't necessarily love it, but it's fine. Frontage. I see what you're saying. I don't think it works here. I think that it's basically like we already have a bunch of frontage roads. We'll figure out something around this to make it feel like this takes up the whole block. That'll be the way that we make this kind of fit. What about specifically using huge China region packed towers in Magnolia County? Won't happen. If those come into a build, it's going to be Segunda Beach. Segunda Beach, I hope you can feel that I'm trying to push it quickly, the population. Like, Segunda Beach is going to have all of that crazy infrastructure and crazy density. There's just like a couple of things I need to do before I start really pushing it up. But the population, the pace of the population growth is going to just keep continuing. So like the goal is to just continue to push it and push it and push it and push it. So I think probably I wouldn't be surprised to see the population overpass Magnolia County in short order. When am I ending that series? Are you talking about ending Clearwater County or Magnolia County? Magnolia County is not ending any. I have no plan to end it. Clearwater County, I want to end with the next episode. I just want to. I've never ended Magnolia County, or I never ended, Clearwater County or Nicolay Bay, and I still intend to do so. It's just hard for me to go back. A lot of stuff was deleted. It's hard to get it running. It takes a long time. And then coming up with a proper ending, I get sentimental. So it's, yeah. Why do I use couplets instead of a regular 4-lane? This is 100% the Savannah influence. They have these really wide couplets that have a whole bunch of landscaping in between. So I did this specifically so I could add additional landscaping. That's the only reason why. You love for Segunda Beach to have a smaller forked community that's just a nod to the Roadhouse. Would be great to see. I think... So I've been really thinking about whether or not I want to add another community to the map, and I don't think I'm going to. If I add another community, it'll be a twin community that kind of grows in tandem as large and faster or as fast. It's kind of a weird thing. I don't know exactly how I want to handle it. There, thank you so much. 16 months for tier 3. That is absolutely insane. Thank you so much for the support. Dude, seriously. 16 months. Right from the beginning. Thank you, buddy. Speaking of Bud, hey guy Bud, thank you so much for 9 months. SB, thank you for the $10 super chat over on YouTube. Been a fan since my early days. My streams come on. I've come a long way. Great to see me grow into see. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Dude. Nair, you're like my screen is breaking from what you just did. 50 gifted subs. When I say breaking, it was like flashing and going crazy. Thank you so much. That is wild. You guys are insane. Like, I am not good at this. I don't know why you guys continue to support me, but I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Like, these are always a blast for me. Like, I would do this for free. It's just fun. Like, to be able to sit and hang out and chat and just appreciate the support. I really do. Paul, thank you for the super chat over on YouTube. Charleston's better than New Orleans, better than New York City. I will get to Charleston. I will tell you how I feel about it. New Orleans is another place I really want to go to. I know if I don't go to New Orleans soon, my wife's gonna beat me to it. On the nerdy side, 16 months. Thank you for the tier 1 16 months. Did you hear the song on the nerdy side? It's not gonna play again tonight because I'm out of that playlist, but you're on the next one. Lenny, thank you for the biddies. Rebel Mar, thank you so much for the super chat. Excited to see me playing in your home city. Always wanted to try to recreate it in every game that you played. That's one thing that I love about games like this. I always have tried to recreate home as well. Thank you again. Gray Noise, thank you for the tier 1. And sorry about the delay. QZ, thank you for the gifted subs. You guys are insane. Seriously. I'm having issues with demand. You saw another streamer change his simulation to balanced, and that fixes demand issues. I have mine set to balanced. Yeah, I think at this point, my issues are actually my own problems that I've created. I don't know. I don't have adequate service coverage. I think until I provide all the services that are required, like that's legitimately the issue at this point. Like you can see, like I have no internet coverage. I wouldn't want to move to this place either. This place sucks. It's got a plan, and right now the plan is to be terrible. The plan is to be terrible and watch the river burn. I should use CS1 to make a movie prequel to Chucky. Whoa. Wait a minute. We're at a level 10 hype train, guys. You guys are insane. Thank you so much. Cody, thank you for the gifted subs. Relish Nickel, thank you for the biddies. Like, you guys are super, like, seriously. The landscape median is just fuel for the fire. Well, the goal is always and has always been to watch the city burn. Like, what you guys haven't realized over the years is that I build these cities just to watch them burn. I am Myrtle. That's the part that you guys have not been understanding. So, now that the cat's out of the bag, and you guys know my secret, you'll just have to deal with that. We have internet coverage just so you can watch me stream. You can be sick, watch me stream, and sit in traffic because we're still cul-de-saced. Savannah's cul-de-saced from Elmo over here, and it burns. Don't worry about it. Dial-up internet, it's good. Some men don't want money or fame or fortune. They just want to watch the world burn. That's this is the way. Okay, we've got to provide some way out of here. You can hear the 56K. I had the was it 1440? We had the brutally slow one. I remember upgrading to the modem. The what was it? 58 or 56K? QZ, you are the word, you are the voice of reason, and I will. I'm gonna do the last thing I want to do. I want to de-cul-de-sac this area, and honestly, maybe even provide another simple interchange, and then we're gonna leave it. And I have a question that I want to ask both you guys. It's gonna be a little while before we have another night stream. Because I've been skipping all the daytime streams. And I guess the question that I have that I'm gonna put in Twitch is how you guys feel about me building a little bit off camera. If you guys are into that idea or not. I think in particular for the European time stream, I need to build some off camera because I'm not getting anything done. But I'm not sure how you guys feel about this one. It would be just like basically cleaning things up. Just a little bit of off camera work. Night streams are Lenny, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Project Cod, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Or Code, Project Code. Gwyneth, 16 months. You are an OG. You really love the shirt. I will get the shirt up there. I dig the shirt too. It's very good. Rookie Thomas, thank you for the biddies. Spading, thank you so much for the biddies. You guys, seriously. Greetings from Middleton. +1 for a trumpet. We could. Maybe. I like that idea. I like that idea a lot. So this is just going to be an overpass. We'll just go over the top. And then maybe we have a trumpet right here. Or in another location where we have a little bit of height. I like that. We'll do that. Night streams are day streams in New Zealand. That is one of the reasons why. So legitimately, like, there's a lot of people who watch from New Zealand and Australia, and I know that this stream time is ideal, and the other stream time doesn't work at all. So that is one of the reasons I really like this stream time. Yeah, I'm aware of you guys. Oh yeah, I will ask the poll real quick while I'm building this. Off camera building. Yes or no? I'll let you guys skew it with channel points. It's 7:36 in Europe now, so we've left the not European friendly time, and it's become a European friendly time. Go. I'm just. You guys are gonna probably think this is hilarious. I didn't realize that with Anarchy, if you go into the key mode and you right mouse click, you can make it go away. I thought that I had to finagle around and upgrade the roads and do a bunch of crazy stuff. Didn't realize how simple the new version of Anarchy is. Embarrassing. I'm your night shift streamer. Wait, yeah. You didn't know either? I don't feel so dumb now. Yeah, if you have a key wall here and you don't want it to be a key and you have Anarchy, just go into the road services, click on key, right mouse click, and it goes away. It's so easy. One thing I love about some of the modders is that they straight up show how it needs to be done. Like, if you were gonna do this properly, this is the way to do it. Like, makes so much sense. Yeah, isn't it intuitive? It's so intuitive that I didn't realize it's the way it works. And then one day I inadvertently did it, and it's like, shoot. And by one day, I mean during the most recent Segunda Beach build, I needed to build I'm building some interchanges, in case you were curious. And it's very helpful to be able to do that. Very helpful. Such a banger mod, the new version of Anarchy that's coming has some amazing features. Wait. Did I just miss this, or do you know more than I do, Moose? I have been definitely out of the loop recently than I should be. Poll, yes. Off-camera buildings, okay. Okay. So with the off-camera, I guess I should have explained what I was thinking. There are just a couple of things that I feel like if I had a little bit of time to explore and fully flesh out the idea, I'd probably come up with something a little bit better. The big thing was this whole area. It got really messy and kind of confused. We were taking some inspiration from Elmo, Nevada. And I know I even saw someone post on Blue Sky that they tuned out of the stream after I built all this parking. And there was a reason for it. And then I got lost in the sauce. And now we've completely abandoned it to build Savannah in the desert. So Yeah, I'll do a little bit of building off camera. And the hype train. We got the hype chest on the way. You guys are crazy. Hype train level 11. Thank you. Thank you. That is wild. That is, you guys are crazy. I appreciate you guys. Like, seriously. The brew. I've been sipping on the same brew. It's super warm at this point. It's Oberon Eclipse Citrus Sweet. It's very good. I just drink slowly sometimes. Oh, Elko. Sorry, not Elmo. Elko. Elko. Elko, Nevada. That was the inspiration for some of the things happening here. So we've basically taken the desert southwest and rammed it into the southeast. And we've come up with a disjointed place that has two grids that are going to slam into one another. And it's going to be just fine. It's going to work. It'll work if it's the last thing I do. Call it a night. Gary. Yes. Good night. I'm going to be done in just a second. I'm going to build one interchange and then we are going to be done. It's going to be fairly unceremonious. We're just going to basically call it. I'll raid somebody, say goodbye right away. And we'll build a trumpet right here. That'll be the final send out. Thank you both Gary and QZ. Thank you both for being the voices of reason. Because I need that. That's why I told you guys earlier. I need that support. Keep it going for an impromptu 24-hour stream on my wife's birthday. Moose, you are not the voice of reason. You are the voice of getting me in trouble. Yeah, man gets killed on stream. We were talking on our trip about side-eye and how I don't really give good side-eye. My wife gives excellent side-eye, and my oldest daughter is starting to, and she gets it from her mom. I don't want to see side-eye tomorrow. It's the main goal. Just no side-eye on a birthday. Make the birthday good, no side-eye. If I get the side-eye, I know that I've failed. And I think it would be hard. I think it would be really hard to fail. The expectations, we just got back from vacation, I think is long. I've got to wrap the gift, which is behind me. And I need to not be a complete knucklehead and miss out on everything. There we go. Very simple for that side. Couple things to quickly clean up. Boy, these are really close. These are I think that they're unfortunately close to one another. But it just worked with the terrain. I think that one of the ways that I'm going to try to resolve or improve this we won't make it a full interchange right here. I'll shift it. That'll be the fix. Okay, that's super ugly. Super ugly. But it improves the length in between. Actually, I will I'll continue the extra lane all the way through. There we go. Super ugly, super functional. Does the trick. Give 4 lanes. I could. Just one more lane. I do think if we had just one more lane here, we might solve traffic. It looks like our extra lane right here is actually been helpful. We're good. We've solved traffic in Savannah. All we had to do was build it in the desert, build an ugly half trumpet, and then this really ugly junction right here. And now we're good. Break out the 6 lane. You love function over form. Sometimes you've got to do it. Like these sorts of junctions do exist. Is it ugly? Sure. But there was a rationale for it existing. It's not just we wanted to build something stupid. It was that this would be way too close right here. This is a fine location, I think, for this movement. But for this movement, it's just way too close. We needed to separate these. So people would wonder why this happened. That is why. It stinks and it happens. Extra lane at the congested intersection ramp. I think I don't disagree. I'll also do this. We'll force that. And look at that. We've solved traffic. I also this not super necessary. I like to separate those. It just feels like it makes a bit more sense to me. There we go. Now it looks good. Now it looks good. Free flowing movements. Now all the traffic's over here, and we don't care about the old town. They can suffer. Yes, we're good. We're good. So I am gonna save this, and I'll publish this right away if you guys want to check it out. I think the goal for the next one is going to be to grow nothing and to fill in everything and to try to select buildings that make sense for this. I'm not happy with what's happening here. Like, this is not the move. So I think I want to pay special attention to the assets that grow right here, have a bunch of signature buildings, and then I want replicable zone buildings going back until we break down, and maybe we'll even have some single family homes back here. But this isn't the play. This isn't good. These feel too utilitarian, too ugly. You'd love to play with this? Absolutely. Right away, so I don't forget. Oh, hold on. We've got to show what we've done. So we have to save it with a nice image. And now when I go to share it, it'll look better. This is the best you guys are gonna get from me on the streams. with the thumbnail. So there we go. Stream 4. Boom, boom, boom. And boom, shared. Nice thumbnail. This is a quality thumbnail. High quality. I love it. Lots of Twitch lagging time to save and save and save. We're good. We're good. Done is better than perfect. Agreed. And I got the email, so it's out there now. You guys can take a look at it. We pushed the population to almost 20,000. Let's see. I want to see where we were at the start. We were at a little under 10,000. So we doubled it. I feel good about that. There's a lot of work to do here, but I feel like we're moving in the right direction. And everyone's happy. So I'm happy. Okay. I think we're just going to end it. It's almost 1 for me. If I go to sleep right now, I can wake up and get a birthday cake. No fire in the thumbnail. Twitch. You guys have been insane. Thank you for all the all the hype train tonight. All the hype trains. You guys are crazy. Thank you for all the support, everybody. Thank you for showing up on a Saturday. Thank you for being here. Thank you for always showing up. Appreciate you guys. Moose, thank you for being here, buddy. Twitch, we give YouTube some hearts before we send them off by unceremoniously ending the stream. 1,200 of you over there. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. 8:50 in the AM for you in Russia. I would if it's 8:50 for me, I've missed the cake. So that's not good. Always on my videos. Thank you so much. There'll be a new one soon. Might be tomorrow. Might be Monday. Won't be Tuesday for sure. See you, YouTube. Bye-bye. Twitch, don't leave. We're gonna raid somebody. I don't know who it'll be, but it won't be. We're gonna raid.